Alright, welcome back, lovely people. Last time on Yakuza 5, we got a little carried away with reflecting upon Haruka and Akiyama's chapter. There are some pretty wonderful deep cuts and digressions regarding the nature of Part 3 in Yakuza 5. So now we're going to do Shinada's part, which I can think of maybe there are definitely 2 or 3 scenes that are very big and should be highlighted. So we'll get to that bit. Just jump right in. Doing our victory lap. Oh, we gotta see the opening scene, of course. This is something that has not happened yet up to this point. We have a character that is featured in a professional sport. A sport as a professional.
9回裏2アウト、ワイバーンズの代打は品田達夫です。東京都出身の22歳、4年間のファーム生活を経て今日一軍登録されたばかりのバッターです。この局面で守備の要ともいえる酒井選手に代わって初打席品田。いや藤田監督、ずいぶん思い切った采配ですね。
そうですね。酒井選手に何かねアクシデントでもあったのか、もしくは延長をね見越しての策なのか。
なるほど。
どちらにしても何か別の意図があっての代打と考えるのが自然でしょ
う。さあここまでワイバーンズ打線を抑えているギガン澤田投手にとっては長打を警戒さえしておけばいいわけですから、ここで一安心というところでしょうか。さあ1球目を投げた。左へ切れた。ファウル。
澤田投手としてはここは長打は避けたいところですからね。
はい。
それに今日のカーブキレいいですよ。自信があるんでしょ
う。さあ澤田2球目どういった球を投げるんでしょう。2球目を振りかぶって投げた。
またカーブうまくカットしましたね。
ファウルファウルファウル。6球目もカットしました品田。カウントは2ナッシングのままです。
いやー品田選手いいですよ。全て積極的に振りに行ってますよね。
はい。
なんとか澤田投手のカーブにね食らいついていこうという姿勢が見えますね。
そうですね。ここまで全てカーブの澤田。一発を狙うバッターの心理を読んだ見事な配球と言っていいんでしょうか。
でも品田選手も徐々にタイミングが合ってきましたよ。完全にカーブ狙いですね。
7球目。打った。大きい大きい。伸びる伸びる。入った。ホームラン。
打ちましたね。い
や大きいホームラン。なんというドラマ。今日一軍に上がったばかりの品田。プロ初打席初ホームラン。しかもサヨナラですよ。
カーブ連投の後のストレートですよ。普通のバッターだと差し込まれるんですけどね、よく打てましたね。
ワイバーンズの新たなヒーローが今夜誕生しました。ワイバーンズ品田達夫。
And we know what happens. The rest is history.
もうちょっと待ってよ宇野さん。 やっぱいるんじゃねえか。ドア開けろこら。
そんなに怒んなくても俺と宇野さんの仲じゃん。
俺とお前の仲だ。俺はお前との腐れ縁をなんとか切りたくて仕方ねえんだよ。返せよ俺の3万。
俺は宇野さんとの縁を切りたくないの。
なんだよ、どういう意味だよ。
金の切れ目が縁の切れ目って言うでしょ。完全返済なんて俺まだしたくないの。
そうやってなんだかんだ言ってビタ一文返さねえつもりなんだろうが、今日という今日は絶対返してもらうからな。おい開けろこら、開けろってば。
お宅も切り取り。
It's the myth,
時
the
間かかる
legend
ならう
himself.
ちは出直そうか。
いやそんな。
どうしたの。じゃあ俺も手伝おうか。
大丈夫です。もう帰るんで。品田出た方がいいぜ。本業さんだよ。
おい品田。
高杉さ
ん。いやさっき大家さんに会ってね。ここの大家さんいい人だね。家賃を代わりに取り立ててあげるって言ったら喜んで貸してくれたよ。
いや困るな大家さんったら今日振り込もうと思ってたのに。
さっきの彼からも借りてんの。ダメじゃない。敵同士でお金の貸し借りしちゃ友達なくすよ。
そうっすよね。さすが高杉さん、いいことおっしゃる。
でももっとダメなのはよ、本業から借りて返さねえことだよな。シダだ。今日が何の日か忘れたんじゃねえだろうな。
It has such a different tone now, knowing that Takatsuki is a softie in the long run. So weird.
うちの下の子の財布だってもっと入ってるぜ。翔さんだけどよ。
こりゃ恥ずかしい。
品田、風俗ライターなんて食えねえ仕事してねえでよ。俺がもっと割のいい仕事面倒見てやるよ。
まさか今さらマグロ漁船なんて王道じゃないっすよね。
以前借金の方に小さな板金屋の権利を抑えたんだが社員不足でな。
板金屋そんなに稼げるんですか。
金属の板をプレス機の上に乗せるだけの単純なお仕事なんだけどよ。まずはそこの正社員になる。で仕事はすごく簡単さ。金属と一緒に自分の指もプレスして落とすんだよ。社員になれば労災適用されて指1本だいたい30万くらい保険金が下りるからよ。お前の場合だと1本2本3本まあ完済しても鼻くそくらいほじれるだろ
う。いや紹介はありがたいんですが、ほら今日の夕方取材1件入ってるんでちゃっちゃと原稿書いてギャラもらって、そしたら高杉さんとこに直行しようと思ってたんですよ。
ほう、関心じゃねえか。
でしょ。さすがに利息も返せないんじゃやばいことぐらい俺も分かってますよ。
だったらよ、なんでこんな時間まで寝てんだよ。品田、あんまり玄人の金貸しなめてると出すとこ出すから
な。出すってどちらに。
俺はその気になりゃ名古屋組にケツ持ってもらうことだってできんだぜ。
やだな高杉さん、ご冗談を。
冗談で済ませてほしけりゃさっさと仕事してこい。
There's so much dramatic irony in that scene. So, Shinada's first task is go to Club Futomomo, to interview Milky-chan. But that first scene, man, it's tough to imagine that Tatsuki, yeah, Tatsuki would go through with that scheme. And we know that he's using the Nagoya family as a bluff. So he might just be a straight up loan shark guy who gets people up on, keeps people honest on their loans. I mean, it's tough to know, but it comes off as more now of a Tatsuki keeping Shinada on his toes because he's more or less a slacker, right? Shinada, hard times, become incredibly complacent, just making do day by day. But Tatsuki is completely different. He's like the balance for Shinada's laxity. And then we know that Uno is a longtime friend of Shinada back in. Such a good scene, man. The scene hits so different now that you have prior knowledge. The game plays so differently. Uh, the second time around, or even the third time. This is actually my third time around. Oh, you know what? I haven't even checked if you can redeem the. Maybe I did. Oh. I need a save point. Oh wait, you don't get save points for a bit actually. Yeah, and for the first scene, wow, that intro, the intros to the intro cutscenes to all the parts are fantastic. And we know that Shinada was made to look like he read the pitch. But there's this whole thing about stealing signs and whatnot. But in that scene, it was clear that he read it at the last minute, right? The seventh pitch, or at least it's making it seem like that. But all the while, Sawada, yeah, I think is Sawada. It's hard to know. They didn't really like give any blatant hints that it's like, oh yeah, he's expecting this, or whatnot, because there's this whole scheme about Sawada and being on the Giants, and then the Giants playing the Wyverns, right? So, this is where everyone basically talks to Shinada and gives him a really quick characterization, more or less. It characterizes him as someone who fancies his gluttony quite a bit. Someone who's known to operate for he's a little bit of a tramp. To keep it lightly. He's somewhat of a tramp. But we know that through his characterization, he is another one of those who the circumstances kind of changed his personality to cope, while he's an incredibly redeeming character of heart, right? Just his competence and the way he goes about things is a bit scrappy. He really strikes you as less of a purist and more of a play it by ear kind of guy. A nice guys don't guarantee success, right? He tends to get caught up in things out of his compassion, and being the person he is, it's marred by more or less 25 years of just being in the wrong place at the wrong time, starting with being at the wrong place at the wrong time. It's a shame we don't get to see what happens to him after the events of this. For all intents and purposes, he ends up going back to Nagoya, like, and Tatsuki, Uno, like, as far as we know, after the events of this game, he continues living life out here. So we know that Milky-chan can't make it because her brother has a problem. So now Shinada, being the nice guy he is, he goes off to attempt to do an act of kindness that is more of an opportunist thing for himself, but generally he goes above and beyond what he needs to do, even though he's motivated by his own self-interest. So we go to the security to help rescue Milk-chan's brother, who's being framed for something that technically is probably his fault. They broke a bat. At the same time, it revealed that the bat was a scam. And Shinada gets a little bit, he works with what he's got. Always focus on the present, getting out of trouble. But creating ultimately also not in a manner that doesn't lead to more trouble. So he does his best to solve problems, but the problems also result in bigger problems. He ends up crossing paths with, I guess you could call them the Yakuza that isn't the Nagoya family, I suppose. We go get his brother, her brother. He breaks things a lot. That doesn't really fix Toriyama's problem. And then I forgot the dude's name. He walks in, reprimands the guy who's probably skimming off the top operation. And this guy, I don't think it's exactly him, but someone related to this operation ends up recruiting Shinada's old rival or old grudge former teammate, and then that initiates and leads to the side story, his side story with batting. Okay, so that guy's name is Upato.
Pato? Shinada-san wa? So desu.
There he goes. I don't think we hear from him specifically. Toriyama doesn't come up again. Well, he comes up in conversation, but I don't think he literally shows up again. And we had the interview
いいねミルクちゃん
with Milky.
今日は特にいいねそうそう
It was okay. Optional. There is a great scene between the two of them, but it's not that one. It's the one where it's like it's kind of a fourth wall break, but it's a fourth wall break when you play the game again. It is a foreshadowing if you didn't play the game yet. And they both hit quite differently. It's about how they're living life and wishing their life would be different in a different time. Romanticizing about what could have been. Which it's basically the story of Shinada. His life could have been so different. But just
あの人が金栄町に来たばかりの頃だから1年くらい前かな。
あいつは相当やばい金貸しだって噂だぜ。
やばいって名古屋組と
this
つ
is
な
to
がってるってこと
establish the
噂だけどよ。
mystique around the Nagoya family, which is pivotal to understanding
それお前。
Daigo's motivations here.
宇野さん名古
But
屋
we
組の
know
組って
that
見たこ
the
とある
Nagoya family is
俺はねえけど。
Nagoya.
俺
It's
も
all the
金
networks
栄
that
町に来て15年だけど
safeguard Nagoya,
名古屋組どこ
not
ろか
necessarily
ヤクザっぽいやつ
a
はあんま見たこと
traditional
ないよ
Yakuza-like.
声でけえよ。
They
でも
kind
ま
of
あ
mention
多
it's
分どっ
kind
か
of
にはい
like
るんだろう
Yakuza-like,
よ。
which is
噂だ
on
と
point.
蕎麦屋の出前が間違えて名古屋組の事務所に入っただけで
And
目ん玉
Tatsuki
くり抜かれ
is,
た
you
と
know,
か聞いたぜ。
fronting as a
とに
member.
かくこの辺じゃ泣く子も黙る組織って言われてんだ。そこと繋がってるようなやつから金なんか借りたらお前本気で殺されかねないぜ。
あら宇野さん俺のこと心配してくれてんの
そりゃそうだろう。お前が死んだら3万返ってこねえもんよ。
ちゃんと返すっていつかはい
つかじゃなくて今日。
なんでさ
行きつけの店に今日新人の子が入ったんだよ。どうしても
Oh, yeah.
一番に味見したくてな。
And of course,
それってシャチホコ娘のジュリアちゃんのこと
Uno is
さすが風俗ライターよく知ってん
it's a
な。
little bit
宇
of
野
a
さんほんと新人好きですね
little
でもあの子って元マ
Lecherous
ッドマックスのナナコちゃんだよ
えあのおばはん
店変えて源氏名変えただけ
マジかよ。あ待て
goes, turns in the story, gets a payday. Tatsuki shows up, takes all his money.
あれ
He gets underpaid because of
ちょっと編集長
deadlines.
いつもより少なくないですか
たけ何回連続で締め切り破っとると思っとるんだ
This seems pretty
でも
good.
印刷には間に合うでしょ
今時手書きの
When
原稿なんて
Tatsuki shows up.
こっちの苦労も考えろ嫌なら今度から仕事触れせんぞ
ああはいはいわかりましたよ豪華に焼肉でもって思ったけどここは回転寿司でセーブするか高杉さん
回転寿司ギャラもらったら俺んとこに直行するんじゃなかったのかよ
全額持っていくってのはなんとか昨日から何も食べてなくて
おいおいどうなってんだよ風俗ライターのギャラってのはよ全額もらっても利子分も足りねえじゃねえかようちの娘のお年玉だってもっとあるぜ小4だけどよ
Yeah, so that it was suggested later that that's not true either. But then I don't know, it's unclear whether he does have a daughter or not.
こんなんじゃ永遠に完済できねえな
Or he does have a
いよい
daughter,
よ
he's
板
just
金屋
not
の社員
married.
だな
It's just Shinada assumed he was married because he has a daughter.
障害者保障で利子
They
返
kind of brushed it off too.
当てない自分で書け
So it's just his backstory, right? Like maybe it's a bluff.
残金132万
Yo,
7534円
so much money, man. Close to 1.5 million. Yep. Out to the batting cages. Out to the batting center. Deep cut though. Becoming like a professional anything who specializes in something and then it just doesn't work out because it's unlucky. It's very difficult to reacclimate. Although, to be incredibly fair, it's been 25 years after the fact. However, once again, it's almost as though Shinada is living in a cage because he's caged in from all the conspiracy. And that conspiracy continues to haunt him. But he's not a character that would inherently seek vengeance and, you know, or misfortune. He just takes blows as he goes, like scrap on by. Not one that wants or delves into knowing what has happened. Not incredibly self-motivated in that regards. It's kind of a tragic story, tragic situation, all things considered. Incredibly tragic. He's still trusting, like naively trusting of people, given the circumstances that were thrown at his life. Quite truly a nice person. Cynicism would take someone so much after 25 years of just always feeling like things are working against you. And cynicism doesn't take hold of him. Not at least you play from this point on. Alright. Let me knock out some hits. $30 pitches. My lord. I forgot it even tells you what the pitch is. Okay. We know she's part of the Nagoya family.
学生時代野球部だったのかどんな人間にも
Like I find it's incredibly poetic that the one character that claims to be part of the Nagoya family is not part of the Nagoya family. Hatsuki is the only one in his and he turns out to be like the most unlikely friend. I think it was written so well. We get to learn about baseball equipment. It is irrelevant now.
ようギャラ入ったん
Oh
だろ
yeah,
牛島さん
Ushijima. Ushijima is one of the heads of the Nagoya outfit. He goes there. You are given the impression that Ushijima has been keeping an eye on Shinada, but he plays in the sense of being his friend and being compassionate. But I'm pretty sure Ushijima is planted there. So all the characters you interact with, including the lady in the batting cages, they just so happen to be not coincidental because all those people are familiar with him. And they just happen to be the people who are used to represent be involved in the bigger conspiracy. They were probably planted there to be familiar with him. It's like everyone is Ayumi, but Koyumi is only one person in Kiryu's place. It's their way of keeping tabs on Kiryu, but Shinada pretty much the entire city, or like his normal regular interactions. Just keep him caged.
いらっしゃい。おお、あんたか、品田。
牛島さん牛島さんの人情に涙が出そうっすよ俺。
何言ってるんだ。本当は付け払うまで水一杯飲ませたねえわ。だで商品券でもええから回収しなあかんわ。
え、なんで知ってんすか。
たけ、俺は商店会長だで。あんたがホームラン打ったら俺んとこに連絡するように言ってあるんだわ。
あんのおばちゃん。
ほら、これ一杯5000円。
それが
何？商品券すらもうあれせんのか。
頼む牛島さん、今日だけは許して。昨日から何も食べてないんだよ。
お出口はあちらです。足元の段差に気ぃつけや。
お願いします牛島さん、何か一品でいいですから。
ようそんなこと言うがね、品田。
前はよく食わし
Honestly,
て。
it's a tough time to swallow, knowing that I don't see how that the character is clearly knows what's going on in Shinada's life, but he's able to act that way. It's
そう言って
kind of
たまりにたまったつけが
makes you really rethink Ushijima's character.
みんな一緒だわ。俺でも何とか助け合って楽しく生きてこうとしとるんだわ。あんたはそんな人の優しさに甘えてばっかりだわ。
おい、あんかけスパゲティ遅えぞ。まだか。
はい、もうすぐだわ。
珍しいね、あっち系の人がこの辺うろつくなんて。喪服着てるみたいだけど何かあったのかな。
見んといて。
え、
Yeah, Ushijima knows
登場。
こん
everything that's going on, so
いや、そう、
むい。
I don't know.
変
帽子。やばい。
あれ
He's pretty scummy. He like keeps Shinada down intentionally and knowingly.
よう。
Oh yeah, oh no. Oh no. Sorry, Michio. We bop him. It's fine.
ふざけ大
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
あんたうわズボン落としあれ
This is where Shinada challenges him like, what if his scheme gets out to his boss? He'd be done for anyways. Which is true, so. Oh, rip. Time to take a sip. I was trying to do the other. But you already got up. I was trying to do the other essence. What the heck? Oh, we're definitely pulling, you know. That is not an object. I see. We're definitely pulling out the spare gun, you know. Get out of here, you butthead. I do need a save point to do that though. There we go. We also need the beads. Okay. Much as I enjoy going through his cycle, I'm gonna cut down some of the time. This way. Okay. Tatsuya. Daigo? Yes, Daigo.
誰だよあんた。
Daigo proposes the deal to investigate match fixing in that involves him in his game, and gives him time to think about it. Give Shinada time to think about the offer. But little do we know, Daigo already approached Tatsuki. Because that ball actually belongs to Tatsuki. And then Tatsuki shows up. Oh, no, wait, not yet.
ちょっと。
Brings a suitcase of money.
はい。
20 million.
早く。
This this was planned. At least it's implied it's planned. Satsuki shows up conveniently, but already know this was gonna happen because Daigo already approached him
そいつはしま
to
ってく
play
れよ。
along.
俺はその男の身柄を預かってるような立場のもんだ。
That face.
品田にはそれなりの額の金を貸していてな。
That's not true though.
それで
That's not true. Daigo knows way more, man.
受ける。
But they're bluffing to each other, obviously. At least that's how it would work out.
お邪魔します。
ちょっと高杉さん、このややこしい状況をさらにかき乱さないでくださいよ。
な？お前俺にそんなこと言えた身分か？
借金とこれとは無関係でしょ。
ああそう。じゃあ借金は指の保険金で返済っていうことでいいな。
は？
とりあえず今日は指一本潰すけど病院にはプレス機でって言うんだぞ。
何言ってんすか。社員でもないのに労災なんて降りるわけないでしょう。何これ。
昨日お前が宛名書いた領収書にカーボンを挟んで仕込んどいたんだよ。就職おめでとう。
ちょっと待ってくださいよ。
ちょっとだろうがたくさんだろうがいくら待っても付属ライターに返済なんてできないだろう。まあ他に稼げる仕事でもあるっていうなら話は変わるやな。
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
he does. He spills the beans, share that he actually hit the ball. Know a lot about baseball, actually. It's gonna show up in a bit. Reflecting. Don't quite remember the order of events. Honestly, they don't really have to be in any particular order. Kind of all just blend in. So, at some point, he gets to finding out that Uno knows more. Oh, this is the side story, yeah. He gets challenged by his old classmate who resents Shinada for taking a chance at winning the game. But in that case, he failed back in high school. I think it was the high school team. So now they talk about like pitching, challenging him to a batting because he thinks he's hot stuff. And he doesn't believe that Shinada had any chance of hitting and winning the game for the team back then, which happens to be the same game that Daigo went to jail for, or like enabled by going to jail because he had to take out the people who were trying to rig the games. Goes really deep. Lots of history and baggage. And Shirakawa is hired by this guy who was the guy that Kubato. Oh, Kurosaki. Oh, sorry, Kurosaki. Kurosaki was the guy who operated that security place. So he's just angry. And then you bump into his old middle school coach, who's your mentor that teaches you baseball stuff. And asks you to do Miyagi stuff. Yeah. Igarashi. Basically, he asks us to go fishing first. Then, like, play a bunch of mini games. Then drink, eat food. Sussy lady. But side stories. Not a side story. Oh wait, that is him, isn't it? That's the. Oh no, it's not. Never mind. Just similar face. For a moment there, his face model is quite similar to Milky-chan's brother, Toriyama, but his hair is different, and he's wearing glasses.
こうしてプロ野球界に帰ってこられましたのも多くの方々の努力と
Fujita, his
ご支援があっての
old manager of the Wyverns, was traded to the Gigants, who was Sawada's team that
多
lost.
くの人々に希望を与えられるよう頑張ります。
こいつあの野球賭博事件の時のワイバーンズの監督だろう。いや監督復帰できたもんだわ。しかもよりによってあのギガンツの監督になるとは。
He retired and then came out of retirement. This is where Shinada runs his mouth and then gets him and lets the other guys beat him up. He just didn't fight back. Yep. The heck, I took damage.
でも
あ、たっちゃん。
Oh, this is the scene I was talking about when they meet up. And we also know that Milky-chan is also involved in keeping Shinada in the dark. It's everyone against him. Oh, go grab some food.
いらっしゃいませ。
Only miso. Fine. So don't though.
ありがとうございます。
All right. We go to Futomomo. Freaking NPC glue. Okay. This is a good scene. I like. It's like both tragic and kind of depressing, but also slightly. It's like a deep cut real life scene.
別に大したことないよ。
なんかあったの？
ミルクちゃん、忘れちゃいたい過去ってある？
そりゃこんな仕事しとるとね、覚えとりたいことの方が少ないがね。
そっか。
時々ね、自分のことを誰も知らん街に行って別の自分になってやり直したいって思う時あるわ。
俺もそう思ってこの町で生きるようになってもう15年。
懐かしいがね、たっちゃんが初めてこのお店に来た日。
あの日は寂しくてしょうがなかった。誰でもいいから俺のことを知らない人と話がしたい気分だった。で入ったのがこの下の太ももクラブ。
ほんで着いたのが私。確かフリーの50分。
ミルクちゃんは何も聞かずに抱きしめてくれたんだよね。
そりゃそうだわ。それが仕事だで。
そう、ミルクちゃんにとっては仕事。でも俺はミルクちゃんのぬくもりに触れたから変な道に進むことなく踏みとどまれたんだ。それなのにねえ、二人でどっか行っちゃわない？明日の始発でこの街を出るんだ。
素敵ね、映画みたい。
知らない街に行って知らない人間になってさ。
どうせなるんだったら私小学校の先生になりたいがね。小さい頃の夢だったんだわ。
なれるさ、絶対なれるって。別の自分でも。俺は何になろう。あ、そうだな。
はい、フリーで40分。はーい、今すぐ降ります。
Just that moment of
ありがとね、たっ
happiness.
ちゃん。
The what if, the dreamer's response, and then reality just slaps them
向き合わ
back
な
to
いか
earth.
んわね。現実に。
ミルクちゃん。
Music was great. Good beats, up and down.
逃
Such
げ
a
るの
good,
遅
like,
すぎるんだわ。
5-minute scene. I think it was even less, like maybe 3 minutes. Tatsuki threw in some intrigue as well, having Tatsuki there. Such a good scene. Oh, this is where we go and get the little extra, I guess, stuff from business. Little extra gift. Oh, it's such a good scene. Perfect for deep cuts. That's a sub story with the girl, the underage girl who wants to work to help her family, but you try to get her to do it responsibly in a reasonable way as opposed to a reckless way. Okay. Oh, that's the weapon master guy. His name is, he has a like a noble name. Forgot it already. Like Onayamashi? Onayamashi or something? Something like that. Difficult to remember. It's under Masters. I'm kind of curious. Dang it. Yeah, to actually meet the person. Fabulous. Okay. Go to bed. Now we begin the Uno thing. Look up information.
おはよう高瀬
お前
も
そもそも
う対する俺のじ
He talks about all the stuff, the suspicions that he have about the wyverns and their like play record and statistics, which could very well be suggesting that they're rigging games
そう
and sign stealing.
二軍
What's the other thing?
まあ
球団を辞めてから
ま
When we talk about how who Uno is their former team's like physical therapist. They say a massage person, but physical therapy is probably more accurate. So now you go talk to Uno, and then Uno has a glancing memory about another teammate getting mad at him because he was returning a phone he left. And he was worried that they would find out that they're participating in game rigging. Which leads us to go and confront the dude because he happens to be in the neighborhood.
Uno
Now you have to find Uno because he's out at a hostess club. Sampling new hostesses. Because he's a person who has a predilection for finding young hostesses. For being interested in young hostesses.
Huh?
It involves going to two or three male entertainment booths, boxes. And we pick the one with the younger hostess. We go to Kumano Boulevard 1. Just I'm nah. We just missed him. I'm gonna go to the next one. This hecking guy. All right.
Hmm? Yeah.
It's not that one. It's the Tsumigi Street one. All the way down here. Oh, we only have to do this twice. Because then Tatsuki, being the resourceful person he is, he takes Shinada's phone, pretends to be interested in a massage, masquerading as a potential young female to get him back to this massage parlor. Because he's gonna run from us. Freaking butthead.
な、これでも。死ぬ。ほも。はてめえ。ちょ。金が先。も。俺は。べ。やなこと。だが。
Off he goes.
お前。
品田。もしもーし。宇野鍼灸医さんですか？実は今から施術をお願いしたいんですが、はい、一番長いコースで、はい、よろしくお願いします。あ、じゃあ。
It's the little things, you know? Oh, right. The whole town is trying to take Shinada out because he's on, he's gonna blow the lid. Just Shinada, though. Not Tatsuki. Just Shinada. Car. Oh no. Right, the plant. Not the car yet.
None.
I want to go home. Good guy, Tatsuki.
いらっしゃい。お、
宇野さん。宇野さん。チーム。
開幕。
They're reminiscing. But then he finds out that Uno didn't leave the team voluntarily. He was let go. So he was involved in the cover-up. Collateral for the cover-up.
よし。当たり前。ま、じゃ。ん？
Yeah. Nana left his phone on the table, and that's when he got a spark of memory of the situation. Similar situation.
宇野さん？
ほら。あれは、そうだ。
Manabe. That's right.
そう。
携帯の中。
さあ。
ひょっとして。
ああ。
や。
Now we take a taxi to visit Manabe's shop. I don't think Manabe was kind of there to keep Janada in place, but he happens to be nearby. So pretty much like a substantial number of people that you interact with. Pretty much all of them are in it. All right. Atsuki, you need to calm down. And then he basically shares and warned Hinata to not get involved, not go digging.
思い出し。
みな。
バッタ。品田。
学ぶ。
なん。
おい。それ。あ。
宇野に。聞きてある。
はい。
おん。
確認。
話したる。やき。だ。その。
あんたは一軍肉も客に出される野球にだってだ知らんでええんだよ俺にと
真鍋さん
思う
危険
実際だでもう帰る
最後に一つ聞かせてください。危険だということは承知。
結果的にこれ以上か
店長
お
Basically, he tells Shinada that he probably at just wrong place at the wrong time. And we gotta try to get back to Uno. But we don't quite make it back to Uno. Or we make it back to Uno, but Uno's not in I don't think this is where I'm not sure this is where Uno gets attacked. Like someone makes an attempt. Oh wait, they talk about it and then they make an assassin or one of the Nagoya family tries to deter them by doing sussy things. And we chase him down.
いや
得してな
They come to the
確か登場
ま
や
Janada suggests that Nagoya has the one to profit off of
まだ
な
what happened to him. Which is technically true. The Nagoya family was trying. It gets established because the Tojo and the Omi's racket was busted
ケツ
for match rigging.
こんなとにかく
So it would suggest that it might not have been an accident. Nagoya might have set up the chains of events with Shinada, using Shinada to out the rigging, the game riggings that Tojo and Omi were
ガス漏れ
working on, like working to make money. And because of what Shinada did, or maybe roped into doing unknowingly, it broke up the baseball rigging, betting business for both Tojo and Omi. So they pulled out of Nagoya, which allows the Nagoya family to take over and safeguard, basically more or less protect, as Ushijima suggested. The family's there to protect the city, the well-being of the city. What the heck? Why? Okay, that was my bad, but back here, you pep. They definitely have more life. Okay.
Not
Hurry!
Rip. And another former player enters the scene. Get into a bit of fisticuffs. Ooh, this next scene is pretty good too.
これ
あそこの
屋上
資料
誰なんだ
Former teammate guy.
答えろ。酒井さん。元気。勝手だ。
First, we do some spirit bullet shooting, you know? Gotta work on the spirit bullets.
そんな。しな。後悔してももう遅いで。
Oops. Nah. Weapon master. Sorry, buddy. Good scene here.
酒井さん、頼むから話してほしい。どうしてこんな真似を。たまたまあの時よ、おめえが一軍に昇格してきたことでよ、一軍の中でおめえだけが事情を知らせんちゅう都合のいい状況が生まれてまってよ。俺はな、品田、おめえには悪いことしたと思っとるが、おめえを犠牲にしてまったことを全然後悔しとらせん。犠牲？おう、おめえは名古屋のために犠牲になってまったんだわ。名古屋の犠牲って何なんだよ。どういう意味なんだよ。はっきり言ってくれ、酒井さん。そりゃ、お酒井さん、酒井さん、おい。ダメだ、死んでる。俺が名古屋の犠牲になったってどういうことなんだ。
Yep. Yeah, Shinada's chapters are they go pretty fast. Flashback to the scene when technically they first met. Atsuki first met Shinada, get him to sign the baseball. He eventually gets it back, but Nagoya detectives being peps. But they seize the opportunity, so Nagoya detectives probably also part of the family at this point. Took the advantage of breaking open the racket that Tojo and Omi.
みーちゃん、どう？
Fine.
なんだよこれ。
Tatsuki finds out that Shinada's a little bit more than just a incompetent person. Talk about the statistics that lead to potential suspicious patterns. I would strongly suggest some foul play is going on. They're gonna go approach Ushijima. Who is a representative head. The highest, at least the highest position of power that they know. We're gonna avoid that. Okay. into his restaurant. Flashes the newspaper. I still don't actually know what that says.
Yeah.
つけだ。ど
Tatsuki covering the bills again. Big guy Tatsuki.
で、
名古屋
おお、
ちょっと
例えば
なんだ、
どうして
俺らは
恩
じ
今
Of course, Ushijima is part of the organization.
当時、ほんでもま、
Talk about how the
Tojo.
Nagoya family rise out of the Tojo Omi racket loss and then has been protecting the city ever since, which is what we know.
わからんけ今後って
And then Milky is kidnapped to lure Shinada to a warehouse in Nagoya's wharf. All planned because Ushijima is part of that plan. But meanwhile, Uno got jumped too, so we go check on Uno first. I don't remember what they discussed here. Uno's fine. Just got bopped a little.
しっかり
俺が
おい
Oh. No, nothing happened. We just leave Tatsuki with Uno. Tatsuki comes to the rescue though. Oh no. This is Miyu. She's exhausted. We try to help her out. And we find out she's exhausted because she's being scammed. Scammed by love. Or unrequited love, I guess. That's a sub-story for another lifetime. Kinda curious. Yeah, okay. Just double checking. Alright. You know, there is something to saving because of the forklift. You know what? We're just gonna save here just in case. Don't really know how the forklift scales. Just a slight detour, not too bad. Oh. Oh, it's not at the wharf. It's a different place. Huh. Wow. Double TP. Okay. Did I correct it? Not at the wharf. Different dock along the... I mean, maybe it's like still a wharf, but off enough to have a separate area. All right. Time to get bamboozled. Ushijima. All of them. Utumomo, manager, Milky, Ushijima, the batting cage lady, and the former teammate. Namura? Manabe.
言い残したいことがあるか。
Manabe.
ほら、あ、マジ、お前ら、ほうだ、牛じ、でも、
But Tatsuki, though.
あんたら、誰？み、
ええわ。
Tatsuki.
何もたもたしとるんだ。はよ始末しんか。
Oh, yeah.
久保田さん。
Oh, Kubota wasn't Shirakawa. Or Kura. Yeah, Shirakawa.
躊躇はいるんだ。
I keep getting them two mixed up. But they are related in terms of the business that he interfered with the security outfit.
てめえら生命保険もかけてねえ人間勝手に殺すんじゃねえよ。おい、シャダ逃げるぞ。
Tatsuki, man. Tatsuki is, in a way, very much like Shinada. They get a reason, and they make it sound like it's a selfish reason, but they go out above and beyond what they need to do to help. Dude, why are these guys so... These guys are so sturdy. What the heck? Alright. It's time for the freaking forklift. Boy. Alright. We just run to the end. We have enough HP, which is good. Yeah, extra HP. Oh. Oh, wow. It actually doesn't hurt at all. Okay. Never mind. I thought it might do scaling damage, but never mind. Holy heck. It does like negative damage compared to the challenge. What was I even worried about? Holy heck. Okay.
こちらだ、こっちで。こっちだ、早く。大丈夫か。
And then now we bump into Manabe with this knife. Oh wait, after we do all these fights though. Is that? Yeah, that's Kubato. Yeah, that's Kubato. Oh, we still have weapon skills. Okay. Very, very long sequence. We got spirit bullets. Speed up the process. Work on that weapon skill. Katsuki will thank us later. Oh, there's a guy with a gun back there. Okay. All good. Oh. Okay. Nice. Speed. We've already done this 2 times over. So, not missing much. Get out here. Kuboto. Wait, is that Kuboto or Ku? I've been saying his name incorrectly, probably. Oh! Why would you go backwards? There you go. Free up Tatsuki. Rolling logs. Man, he does run a lot. Oh, that despawns all the other guys. Interesting. Yeah, I see you, Mr. Gun Guy. I see you. Good talk.
大丈夫か？
Natsuki's a
宇野さんは
is a
あ
a Chad
あ、どうに
man.
か
He's
一
not
命は
even
取り留め
winded.
た。
よかった。
Like, nah, I got this.
まさか名古屋組ってのが一般人で構成された組だったとはな。俺たちはずっと監視されていたのか。道理で正体がわからないわけだ。だがあとはボスを突き止めりゃ俺たちの勝ちだ。おい、どこ行く？
この町を出ていく。
出て行くってどこへ？
どこか知らない町だよ。今度こそ誰も俺のことを知らない町に行くよ。
何言ってんだよ。確信まではあと一歩なんだぞ。
次は誰を疑えばいい？優しかった大家さんか、それともあんたか？たくさんだ。やっと見つけた自分の居場所だと思ったのに。ああ、借金ですか。それならどうぞ指を潰しちゃってくださいよ。またバットを握れる日が来るかもなんて淡い期待を持ってたけど、俺は最初から野球選手なんかじゃなかったんだ。ただ利用されただけのバカな駒なんだよ。
利用されようが、たった一度だけの打席だろうが、お前はプロ野球選手だった。あのホームランに感動して希望を持てた客だっているんだ。バカ野郎が。
あの時の観客。
1年前お前が金を借りに来た時、借用書の名前見て驚いたぜ。まさかこんなとこで再会するなんてよ。
ずっと俺の正体知ってたってことですか？
ああ、そうだ。こんなに落ちぶりやがって。
Yeah, he was just
まあ容
lighting
赦
a
なく
fire
取
under
り
his
立て
butt
が
the
できる
entire
分
time.
気持ちは楽だったけどな。
じゃあ、あのホームランボールをマスクの男に渡したのって。
俺だ。あの男がお前を探して俺んとこに来たんだ。なんだか知らねえが、お前に高い金で頼みたいことがあるって聞いてな。お前にその依頼を引き受けさせるために一役買ったってわけだ。だがまさかこんな結末が待ってるとはな。夢にも思わなかったぜ。
ああ、嫌だ嫌だ。じゃあ何を？結局みんな俺のこと知ってたってことですか？
ちゃんと返せよ。借金とあのボール、結構大切にしてたんだ。
Such a good scene.
真鍋さん。
はい。
It's
久保田
Fujita
は
is
し
the
くじりまし
boss.
た。代わって私が確実に始末します。
His
終
former
わりましたら
manager.
報告します。
真鍋さん、
Because he orchestrated everything.
あんたもなのか？
And then Fujita just
お前が敵だったら
just gets
どうして俺たちに尻尾をつかませるような情報を与え
wrecked
たん
by
だ。
Kurosawa
尻
because he's a
尾？
loose end.
俺は八百長は確かにあったと言っただけだ。
Because
それ以上
Daigo
探るなときつく忠告したはずだぞ。
Daigo set
そんな
Shinada
んで俺が止まるとは思ってなかったでしょうに。
on the path to discovering the rigging
まあ、ほりゃほうだ。
of the Nagua family.
だ
And
が俺ら腐
Kurosawa
っても
needed
野
to
球
come
選
out
手。
and clean up
勝
loose
負の
ends.
世界に引き分けはあれせん。
So Daigo
ち
managed
ゃん
to
と勝負の
get
幕
him
を
to
引
make a
くしか
move.
にゃいようだ。
なるほど。 さすが俺が憧れたバッターは言うことが違いますね。
そろそろゲームセットにしようまいか、品田。
This guy was a butthead because you can't guard his he was a weapon master boss. And he used a knife, so he was fairly fast. But, you know, I have a weapon too. Oh, with the wage. There we go. It's a good scene too.
たく、わかりやすい人だな。負けるためにわざとやってくるなんてね。
どういうことだ？
忘れちゃったんすか。真鍋さんはワイバーンズ最強の4番を打ってた人ですよ。前も話したように、一流のバッターってのは裏の裏まで読めるような人間のことを言う。真鍋さんは負けるって分かってて、この勝負をしに来た。そうですよね。
うるせえわ。
焼肉屋の時もそうだった。真鍋さん、あんた本当は俺に名古屋組の真相を知ってほしくてこんなやり方をしてるんじゃないですか。教えてください。一体誰なんですか。15年前の事件を仕掛けたのは。あなたたちを使ってこんなことをさせている張本人は。
その耳で確かめてみろ。声を聞きゃわかるはずだわ。
どうした真鍋？品田の始末は無事に終わったのか？真鍋、どうした？おい、返事をしろ。真鍋。
どうしたんだ品田。おい。
藤田監督だ。
Honestly, they could have Shinada's character handled it incredibly well, considering like it would have been they could have went the route where he just crumbles completely.
その件は了解してます。
It was like, man, that's rough. It's basically everyone he
もちろん
trusted.
私もこれで全て決着がついたとは思ってませんよ。
But you know, where doors close, where betrayal happens, it leads to newfound friends like Tatsuki, a true fan.
ええ、手は打ってあります。品田はちゃんとこちらで始末します。ええ、私流のやり方でね。では。
This is where Kurosawa comes into play.
私だ。ああ、例の特ダネの件なんだが。そうだ。トレードの話だ。
He trades off
無茶言ってるのは分かってる。
Sawada
でもどうにか
back
して
to
勇
the
敢に差し込めない
Wyverns,
か。
who was the Gigant's pitcher against Shinada.
これには俺の野球人としての夢がかかってるんだ。
I think it breaks here. Shinada hears the news. I think this move was to bring Sawada back to Nagoya to pull Shinada out of hiding or out of somewhere, out of the city, so that they can dispose of him, like as a bait. But Sawada is a man of honor, so he has a redemption. Gotta meet up with Daigo, tell him the deed is largely done. Then Daigo reveals why he's interested and how is he connected to all this. And then we fisticuffs with Daigo, because Shinada wants to show Daigo his resolve. And there's no other way to demonstrate that in the Yakuza lifestyle than to beat each other to submission. We just gotta roam around until he calls us. And we'll still be late. Actually, you know, I wonder what happens if you just stand here. Can you just stand here? I mean, I doubt it. That would be kind of funny if you just stood here and he walks right in. Probably not. Might have to walk further out. It would be quite interesting if they wrote something. Oh no, too far away. Like, where are you? I'm standing on the same city block. I didn't see you walk in, Daigo. You know what this kind of reminds me? When they try to like make everything related, it kind of reminds me of the cartoons that you would watch, and they're like 5 or 6 seasons in, and they wanted to remix, so they throw in a bunch of throwbacks in it, and you can only be familiar with those things or find meaning and sentimentalism with them because you were there for the 5 seasons before. This is kind of like one of those moments when Daigo tries to explain how he cares about like he's involved with Shinada's backstory.
時間が欲しい。分かった。じゃあ。
Explains everything.
つまり。まるで。でも
Put together with Tojo and Omi.
牛島さんと。つらいな。真相。どういうことだ。
He's taking it really well though. Like everyone he knows, more or less, been lying to him.
牛島絶対に謎なるほど。あの音俺が名古屋ご苦労だった。え？もう仕事は終わりだ。だったら俺も一緒に行く。
Here we are.
ここから先は俺の仕事だ。もう手を引くんだ。達夫。え？達夫ってあんた。俺を覚えているか？え？堂島だ。お前と同じカムロ西港にいた。
Explains, Daigo explains how he was the kid that stopped the opposing rival school from beating up the baseball team so they couldn't compete. And that was the same year they went to the nationals. The nationals that Shinada failed to win because he took a swing, which is his side story, why one of his teammates is angry with him. And then Daigo talks about dreams, like inspiring people through baseball, through action, which is the theme of Shinada's chapters in general, and Haruka and Shinada.
結局は同じかよ。
どういうつもりだ。
15年前と同じだっつってんだよ。ヤクザに振り回されて夢を失って、ヤクザに助けられて夢を取り戻すだ。そんなんじゃ俺の夢は戻ってこねえよ。
Taking action
誰か
now,
の権力を使って球界に復帰したって
waking up from just
意味ねえんだよ。
getting pushed over.
分かってる。だが現実を見るんだ、達夫。このままじゃお前は一生この町でその日暮らしをすることになる。お前は人に夢を見せる側の人間だ。どんな経緯があったにせよ、お前には球界に戻る資格がある。もっと現実に目を向けろ。過去にこだわってもお前の失った時間は取り戻せない。達夫。
勝手に語ってんじゃねえよ。こっちはこの15年素振り5000回、腕立て腹筋1000回、一日たりとも休んじゃいねえんだ。
お前、
あんたに言われなくても俺は自分の手で取り返す。失ったホームランをこの手でな。
力で止めるしかないってことか。死ぬと分かっている場所に行かせるわけにはいかない。極道としてもお前の友人としてもな。
俺がそんなにやわな男かどうか確かめてみるんだな。
覚悟はいいな、達夫。
ああ。
Bare bullets. Good talk. With this background track is so good. You just don't hear it too often, man. Not often enough. Only for like 10 seconds.
やるな。
Alright, so they decide, alright, I'll take you. So we get this really funny, goofy scene that I like. This freaking Shinada is a goofball. Time to go.
達夫。ああ、そうか。あ、言ったそう。うん？
Cleans up the place, leaves some money for Tatsuki and a note. Great scene. Coming up.
ごめんごめん。もういいんだ。
It's like the old Shinada has like the old school where when you're first introduced a character and then they do the whole like Yakuza 0 thing, which is the game after this, and then or like Kiwami 1 where you're first introducing, so they have to like condense everything and make the characters as as characterize the characters as quickly as possible while trying to deliver a standalone origin story. Fires on all cylinders.
ちょっとすいませんよ。悪いね。全く手持ちの金なくて。はい、お釣り。
ああ、いや、いい。
マジで？やっぱりさ、登場会の会長になると小銭とか持たないんだね。
おい。
え？
これでも素性を隠して行動してるんだ。頼むぜ。
やばい。結構ヤクザってのも大変なんだな。
It's short-lived though. He sees Sawada's trade.
なんなんだよこれ。
だから大声出すなって。これってあの沢田のことか。
俺はとんでもない勘違いをしていたのかもしれない。
So he runs off, meets with Sawada. This is a great scene. I think most of the cutscenes in Shinada's it's incredibly refreshing. This is it's another character, it's a different angle. Everything's quite different. Gives an opportunity for different types of supporting characters too. Got the money and his home run ball back.
ボールとお金返します。余ったお金は息子さんと娘さんのプレゼントにしてください。
He says children, but he only ever mentioned his child, but that might be because within the times that they were together that we didn't see. And we don't get to hear from Tatsuki all the way until the last scene. Hear the last scene of the game.
俺まだ結婚もしてねえっつの。
It's not quite clear if he was just fibbing about everything, including the kids. But quite endearing. And we don't hear Sawada at all until now. And it's a instant classic scene too. For anyone who like watches any form of like sports, especially Western sports movies, these scenes are pretty much at the end all the time where they reflect on their careers. Like bittersweet.
沢田、お前なら俺が
They match up. One last pitch to prove if it was a fluke or not. Or one last game between the two of them.
結果お前はそしてでも
And he confirms pretty much all the suspicions.
どうしてだ。高校俺やもうそうだこれ
やはり
何
名古屋組
さ
お前だよ。それ今朝警察
どういう
それは俺の見張りあれが
ある組
That's
織
right. They sold out to the Omi.
名古屋
お
そして
なんだ
死なほん
ま
そうまあつまりをそして結果どうしてそうさそうだ
完全ない
そうお前が行く
Sauda also
俺
mentioned that it goes even further
Ja-
back to the Koshin Nationals, which that's where
Fujita-kan-
what Daigo and Shinada was talking about back in high school.
それ
So the conspiracy goes way back, even before the Gigants and the Wyverns.
喋りすぎだぞそうだお前が撃たないなら俺が撃つまあその時はお前も始末することにはなるがな
分
I
かって
don't
いる
think we're supposed to recognize that guy. Just another dude.
名古屋組の連中は名古屋組が黒羽組に裏で操られていたという真実を知らない。彼らは名古屋という町を守るために藤田監督や俺を信じ指示に従ったに過ぎない。それは信じてやってくれ。
そうだ
覚悟はいいな品田。品田死ねえ。
どうして
やはり知っていたのかギガンツの際。
まあね相手のサインを研究するのはバッターの基本だからな。
And now we pump some spare bullets into a bunch of them and then do the last home run, you know? Hit the last piece. Actually, I don't think you need a home run. You just need to hit off his pitch.
さあだ
Anyways.
どうして俺を助けるような真似したんだ。
ずっと知りたかったんだ。どうしてお前が俺のあのストレートを打てたのかをな。それを直接聞くまでは殺すわけにはいかない。そういうことだ。
なるほどね。
で結局お前15年前のホームランはサインを盗んでたのか。
さあその話をお互い生きてたら話すってことでどうよ。
それでいい。
I think he didn't is what implied. He didn't because then he hit his curveball in the next scene. Holy. I have so much HP, what the heck? Stay away from me. Oh, okay. How he get back to Sawada? We'll never know. There we go. Thank you, Sawada, for body blocking. That guy just falls over.
生きてるか品田。それじゃあ教えてくれ。どうしてあの時お前はホームランを打てたのか。
その前に一つ教えてくれ。どうしてあの時藤田さんはストレートを投げろと指示したんだ。教えてくれ。
藤田さんは迷っていたんだ。
迷っていた？
あの試合の前夜、金栄町のバーで藤田さんと飲んでいた時に聞いたんだ。
沢田、俺はこの4年ずっと悩んでいた。お前ほどのピッチャーにこんなことをさせていていいのかって。
何言ってるんですか藤田さん。俺らはこうするしかなかったんです。もう迷ったって仕方ない。たとえ明日品田と対戦することになっても、俺は藤田さんの指示に従うだけです。
カーブか。確かにあいつは変化球に弱い。なあお前、本当はストレートで勝負したいんじゃないのか。お前にとって品田は永遠のライバルだろう。そんな勝負を犠牲にしてまで。
今さら後戻りはできないんです。俺たちに失敗は許されない。それだけです。
分かってる。そんなことは分かってる。だが
その直後、藤田さんは俺に言ったよ。品田だけは八百長の道具にしたくない。あいつは天才だ。あの才能を汚すくらいなら俺が球界を去りたいってな。
なんだと
？15年前のあの試合、もしお前がホームランを打たなかったとしても、遅かれ早かれワイバーンズの野球賭博疑惑はリークされていただろう。黒羽組の目的は野球賭博の存在をあえて明るみにして警察の力を使うことで名古屋を支配していた近江連合と東上会の組織を追い出すことだったんだからな。だから藤田さんは決断したのさ。人生を黒羽組に捧げる代わりに自分にとって一番大切なものを守ろうってな。
大切なもの？
大好きだった野球への思い、それを持ち続けられる人間をだよ。藤田さんにとってお前は八百長にどっぷり使ったワイバーンズの選手の中で唯一その思いを託せる人間だったんだ。だからそのライバルである俺に真剣勝負をさせた。藤田さんは大好きだった野球を捨て去る前にその目で見たかったのさ。 汚れのない本物の野球ってやつを。そういうことだ。さあ早くこっから出よう。黒羽組の追っ手が来ないとも限らない。お前のホームランの秘密は後でゆっくり聞かせてもらう。品田。おい品田、何やってんだ。
邪魔だよ、こいつらがいちゃ。急いで片付けよう。グラウンドが汚れる。
は、何言ってんだお前。
決着をつけよう、俺たちの勝負に。
This is one of the few only times where there's a QTE event in a cutscene. Yakuza Like a Dragon actually had one too, right at the end. The confrontation with between Casca and Masato.
わかるさ。お前が15年前よりヘボになってなけりゃな。
Although then it's a dragon engine, so you can do things like that readily.
来い。すごいじゃん。
15年前お前が打ったストレートはこんなもんじゃない。まだ肩慣らしだ。さあ打ってみろ、俺のストレート。ずっとお前が打ちたがっていたストレートだ。どうした？あの時のホームランはまぐれだったのか？あ？
早く次投げろ。
こっちの嫉妬は打たないってか。お前何考えてやがる。
次だ。
いいだろう。次が7球目。15年前と同じ。次の球で終わりだ。
Actually, he did throw a fastball.
ホームラン。
どうしてカーブを投げるって分かったんだ。
Oh no, he did throw a curveball. I was like,
分かってた
I
ん
was
じゃな
pretty
い。
sure he threw a curveball, but that kind
待って
of
たんだ。
looked like a fastball.
ありがとうよ。
Yeah, he did the reverse.
俺は15年間ずっとお前のカーブを待っていたんだ。きっとな。
15年って。
Yeah. He studied his game and he knew.
俺はお前のストレートで三振した。それから4年間 俺はワイバーンズの2軍で
You practiced.
毎日お前のストレートを打つことだけを考えて練習し続けた。そして15年前のあの試合、俺はお前のストレートを打った。でもカーブは打てなかった。あの試合で藤田さんがもしストレートのサインを出さなかったら、お前がカーブを投げ続けていたら、正直俺は打てなかっただろう。あの日俺はお前からホームランを打った。自分の力で夢を叶えたと信じていた。でもそれが監督やお前の情けで叶ったものなら、そんなもの嬉しくもなんともない。
品田、
真実を教えてくれてありがとう。15年間待った甲斐があったよ。俺もやっとこれで引退できる。
15 years.
ありがとな、沢田。
No idea what that said
お
either.
かしなもんですな。もっと早くこの決断ができていれば、こんなことにはならなかったのに。告発文です。
Kurosawa?
明日の新聞の一面にこの手記が掲載される予定になってます。もう終わりにしましょう。それが私たちにとって一番だ。
Yeah, I think we're gonna go through the finale today. Wrap up with some thoughts. There's a lot of thoughts about this game. Okay. Kiryu steps in. Baba acts sussy. The finale is long. This game has arguably the finale is probably one of the longer parts of the game. Shinada had a lot of cutscenes. There's Baba. Oh, I don't think I have beads. We go to the public park because New Sedina. No one's in New Sedina at the moment. Oh, that's right. I wasn't sure if we were gonna get bopped by all this other stuff. No. Wow, I'm surprised we didn't get engaged there. Are they here? Yeah. Now we go to the public park 3. confront Baba. Oh wait. First gotta check on Stardust.
Huh?
Their way. Listen, I didn't want hostess rumors, okay? First meeting of Kiryu and Baba. We get caught up.
俺をお前
ある日
な
福岡
そう
桐生さん
な
東京
答える
その様子
ここでお前をと
わかりました
Time to pop him a new one.
行きますその決意確かめさせてもらいます
Also a track that doesn't happen very often. A music track. Yep. Okay.
お前
Size up, and now they're buddy buddy. That's how people bond. They beat each other into submission, you
あ
know?
の人
あなた
Yeah.
あい
Connection with Saejima.
に
Talk about Morinaga,
さ
glancingly pass that
わかる
he's under the orders of Kurosawa. Back to New Serena. Now they're back. There you go. Mariko and Date-san.
あら、
久しぶりちょっとすまん
何かそう？
それじゃあ
はい現在ええ
そ
そうで
This is where they wrap up and
Yeah.
explain all the events, all the background events that had been happening
どう
across all four of the earlier chapters, all four of the earlier parts,
さ
part 1 through 4.
結果そうだから
それで
それを
Which is a good summary if none of that stuff made
Yeah.
sense. So they're tying them all together, while the four parts were supposed to give a slice of life piece for all the characters. Usually the finale attempts to tie them all together by happenstance or coincidence or all planned. In this case, it's more planned than it is happenstance. It's a lot of the stuff that are happenstance Baba covered just in that talk.
ちょっ
Things that didn't go to plan and things that did go to plan.
と俺がわか
And now Kurosawa is putting Saejima on the trails of Katsuya. Because Katsuya's in town following Haruka and Akiyama. As planned. Sort of as planned. This is fine.
なんや勝ついいさどうする
But he also places Saejima on the path to Aizawa, which is also planned because Aizawa already know what's going down because Aizawa is in cahoots with Kurosawa. Do you have the beads? Oh, you have the beads. Okay. Good. Still can't exchange items, but I think this is our final setup of items anyways. Probably give Kiryu the mail. The tiger mail. One entrance to Purgatory. Children's Park. The finale is not big in terms of like side things to do because Kamurocho is more or less a hub. There are a few things that do there are a couple of things that do happen in Kamurocho though, like the wrap up stuff. Akiyama having one with the hostess, sis. And then Tatsuya with Kiryu. But I think Saejima and Shinada stayed exclusive to their other cities. And Haruka? I think also Haruka. I don't remember if Saejima had something. The only appearance of Flores of Sai in this game. And he does what he does best. Set people up with a Coliseum challenge. I was really expecting a Flores of Sai like throwback sub story with his son, but that didn't happen in this game. His son still does not know. Over 2 years later. Time to bop Aizawa. Fine. Aizawa bops the boxer. Dude. I don't know, that was a Muay Thai boxer. And then time to knock some sense into Aizawa. I don't know. It's hard to imagine this was intentionally throwing But it is kind of sort of part of the plan. To come in contact and have Saejima like interact with him. He's totally Aizawa. Listen. Aizawa is not gonna have any chance. Do I have heat? Give me heat right now. No? Okay. OP OP. Alright. I don't know if this is an act, but Aizawa go and try to avenge Morinaga, but it's probably an act because he already knows what happens to Morinaga. It's actually his fault what happens to Morinaga. Debate. And then Date gets a appearance here. Guys, see this? But there he is. The man, the myth, the legend. Alright, just crime scene. And then Watase hears about the scheme that was ascribed to Katsuya, but it's really not Katsuya, but he's angry, so he makes his way to Kamurocho. Because Katsuya is already in Kamurocho.
あ、いや、いい。今さら動いたところでどうにもなるまい。それよりも例の件はどうなってる？そうか。これであとは役者さえ揃えばいよいよというところだな。それじゃあ。
So I don't know if he's talking. Who he's talking with right there. Oh, this scene's good though.
すみません。これでもいろいろ忙しくてね。それじゃあさっきの件、お返事聞かせてもらいましょうか、秋山さん。
That's where he offers the money to cancel Haruka's concert at the Japan Dome. Compensation.
Okay.
さっきのこ。
Fine.
ええ。
あんた。
引退。そんな。いや、さあ。
He almost slipped. No, Katsuya almost slipped, showing that he cares about Haruka. And then Akiyama's calling him out. It's like, don't strike me as a bad guy. And we do find out later, just in a minute, right here, in the next couple scenes, that Katsuya works with Park's son. And Majima. Even that. He does not have beats on, so I could end up encountering some peps. We go to Sky Finance. He bumps into Shinada, who somehow made it to Tokyo. The opening interaction between them is pretty funny. We'll watch that. No Hana-chan though. Hana-chan did not make it. She's out.
Tadaima. ってなんだ花ちゃんも留守か。え？ちょっと何あんた。
ちょっとってもう2時間以上ここで待ってたんですけど誰もいなくて。
お店の人ですよね。
ああ、そうですけど。何の用ですか。
いやちょっとお金を貸していただきたくて。
ああ、もう困ったな。実は今ね、このカムロ町の本店は花ちゃんっていう事務、いや秘書か、まあその女の子に経営を任せてましてね。私の一存で自由にお金を貸すわけにはいかないんですよ。
ああ、そうですか。弱ったな。
で、一応聞くけど、いくら必要なの？ここにやってきたってことは結構他の店で断られてきたってとこなんでしょ？
それが
はい。
ですね、3億と2000万ほど。
へえ、3億2000ね。で、
お願いします。この店は無利子無制限でお金を貸してくれるって噂を聞きました。2000万は後でもいいんです。それよりもどうしても今日中に3億円用意しないと大勢の人の命が。
大勢の命？
とにかく俺を信じて3億円貸してください。
はあ、いや気合は分かったんだけどさ、いやそんな大金何に使う気なの？
あさって日本ドームで開かれるあるアイドルのメジャーデビューコンサート、それをどうしても中止させないといけないんです。
それって
コンサート中止のためのイベント会社に支払う違約金3億円俺に貸してください。
The coincidences. All right. Exchange info. Get caught up. Yep.
しかもでもそんなことは分かってる。
Akiyama explains the dream.
とはいえ
Umi.
今や
それ
So now they're gonna go to the Mao, the other talent, the people who are handling the Japan Dome concerts stuff, and then that's where we learn about the relationship between Park-sun, Majima, Park-sun, Majima, and Katsuya. Oh, not before the... Come on, I was right there. I didn't realize that wasn't gonna take him out. Oh, it's gonna be a while before I can get to hear that theme again. I hope they bring that. Oh man, like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Bring back Akiyama. Bring back a fresh take on his theme song. Oh yeah, that's where it's at. We gotta buy liquor to use the homeless network. Gotta bribe. No, gotta use that liquor to bribe peeps. I wanna take in some food. Where could he possibly gain some focus? Let's see. It's fine. I don't think they're focused at the beef bowl place. Maybe a highball. Gimbako. Wait, is this still Gimbako? Gendako. Oh, are you serious? Man, why is it so hard to find focus? Ringer Hut. Come on. Oh no, wait. Ringer Hut is downstairs. No, thank you. Oh. No restaurant, so we'll just talk to the guy. He's up here. Somewhere here-ish. No, pick up your feet. I could have sworn the guy was somewhere here. What the heck? Where is this Pep? Oh. And we chill. Wait for the call, which is pretty fast. Go to the male entertainment box. Or go next to the male entertainment box. Honestly, this is kind of where, close to where Masato's and Kasuga's journey starts. Specifically Masato's. Alright. Here we go. We'll meet this character once. I think we're okay.
Cut.
I don't even think we get his name. He shows the photo of the three of them. Reveals the big play. They were in it all together. All three of them. Ataka? No. Now, this is Kiryu and Saejima storming... up to,
今回の T セットのメジャーデビューコンサートは急遽決定したものです。関西のテレビ局で放映されていたプリンセスリーグの決勝で活躍したダイナチェアさん所属の沢村遥さんが日本ドームでのメジャーデビューコンサートを予定していたのですが、その都合がつかなくなってしまったことから急遽決勝で対戦した T セットが代わりにコンサートをする運びとなりました。
それでは本当に緊急なコンサート開催になると。
ええ、そういうことになりますね。ですが T セットの2人はすでにとある著名の先生から楽曲提供を受けメジャーデビューする予定になってましたから、コンサートの開催自体に問題はありません。私ども大阪芸能としては、これをラッキーなきっかけとして、沢村遥さんには申し訳ないんですが。
というわけだ。今のやつどこ行く気や。
As Alwyn tips out, his job is done. He's just piecing out. And now,
Kiryu-san, どちらへ?
Saejima or Kiryu goes to the same place. We get to choose. We're gonna go with Saejima because he's very strong. I go to Kamurocho Hills, and he's actually kind of nearby. No, never mind. Just kidding. I forgot you can't exit that way. They're about the same length. Kiryu has to come from New Serena. This is kind of getting from Tenkaichi Street to Park Boulevard. And now that we're northwest. Oh wait. This might actually be... Oh no, it's not as fast because you could just take a taxi. Oh no. This is a sub-story with Sodachi. Which is a really good one. Wait, does he just walk in there? Oh boy. Just straight up walk in there? Man.
Hi.
Oh. Alright. Well. The score does well. But, are we roped into this? Oh, we are totally roped into this. Alright, fine. Fucking monkey stance. Shout out to 3 years later though, so that she becomes a unit. Not right now though. He's still a ep. He becomes a genuine, earnest unit in the next one. In 3 years from now. Hit the gym. Hit the rezap gym. Okay. It still goes on for longer, but fine. I was gonna take the taxi. Kind of detour. Okay. Convenient little door. Go. Oh, we still get to pick again. Pass twice. I don't think I'm in danger of dying here. It's a really long sequence though. Alright. Okay. Only time this place was featured. We do not see it. 3 years from now, in Yakuza 6, still don't see it. In Yakuza Like a Dragon. Music though. Stay down. I think when it flashes like that, it means I successfully triggered the guard break thing. I don't think it actually even... Yeah, that little like camera sound. Yeah, we do this with Kiryu. It would. These guys have so much more HP, but I think it's like a percentage increase. So even the guys with small HP, they don't really get that much more HP. It's whenever you hit elites that things get a little absurd. Yeah, this might as well be like the arena's 100 thing. Eventually, Taijin will get chipped down. Trying to prioritize stopping them from acting. Oh, that guy got up early. Alright, time to play dodging. Anti-catch the beat. Alright, now we go upstairs. Stay down. Okay. I'm starting to get a little concerned. Wow, that camera turn around. I don't know where he was aiming there. Oh, he had armor there. Alright. There are guns at some point, I think it's here. Okay. What the heck? Dude. I'm hitting that so early. What the heck? That is the proper timing, yo. Oh. I might have needed... No, I don't need to hold R1. Oh, I might have needed to hold R1 there. That's probably why. I forgot to hold R1. Oops. That's not good. There we go. Alright. Now we have the first guy. Higashi Day? Okay. Life is getting slim. Okay. Error. Now I got two of them. Two butt heads. Fujikawa. Uh-oh. I didn't mean to do that. That's fine. Honky. Who is the best Yakuza? As in, like, main character? Are you talking about characters or are you talking about game? I don't have an opinion on it, but if they were comparable, perhaps. I imagine. You mean the games? Yeah, I can't really comment on that. I don't really have an opinion.
お前が勝つよ。
お待ちしていましたよ。
Yakuza is a game of legacy. It's not a game of input mechanics. So they aren't exclusive from each other. So the more games you play, the more Yakuza represents all those games. So asking that question would be coming from a guy that only that are more interested in compartmentalizing it and not really understanding the interconnected legacy of storytelling. The best game is the series itself.
冴島大河さん。
Oh, there, Kiryu.
やっぱりお前も来たか。
Really feels like they should fist
さ
bump
あ、勝
there.
也。いろいろ話聞かせてもらおうやないか。
What happens
登
here?
場会を
They
乗
go
っ
to
取
the
ろうとして
roof
たお前が。
because
なんで
Watase
俺ら
shows
をお
up
びき
as
出
well.
すようなことしたんや。
お話しするには役者がもう一人足りません。そろそろ来ると思いますが。
これはどういうことなんや。
There's the man, the myth, a legend.
キルラン。それにそっちは確か冴島。
さあ、これで役者が揃いました。
Easily one of the room filled with the most testosterone at the
こ
same
こで
time.
は少
You
し
know,
手狭です。場所を移しませんか。
probably like top 5 room of manliness. All right, we head to the roof. Kamurocho Hills, of course. Technically a throwback. Been on this hill, this like building, technically, but under construction the last time.
さあ、訳を聞かせてもらおうやないか、かっちゃん。
So this is where they put their heads together, realize that they're being manipulated. So just gotta do the fighting and let the mastermind present themselves. And we know that Kurosawa is the mastermind. They'll get to pick who faces off. The crane. And it doesn't really return. I would like to see, perhaps it's a VO thing, a VA thing, but it would be nice to see Tatsuya again, seeing that Watase returned for Yakuza Like a Dragon.
渡瀬の兄貴。まあ、そりゃそうやな。キルハもどうでっか。ここは一つ敵の手のひらで思いっきり踊るっちゅうのは。
渡瀬。
どっちにしろ遅かれ早かれあんたとは戦う必要があったんや。今ここでやり合うのも悪ない。
この4人が本気で戦えば皆無傷ってわけにはいかないでしょう。最悪全員相打ち。黒幕の計画通り殺し合うことになってしまうかもしれない。でもこの中の誰か一人が生き残ればその男は黒幕の正体を知ることができる。
There's just so much, there's so much, like, there's so much brooding. And just staring at each other with scowling at each other non-stop. Ah, to heck with it. It's hard to know, but I'm pretty sure Saejima is the oldest of the four of them. But by not much, Katsuya might be giving Saejima a run for his money.
勝ち残ったやつにはそのぐらい
I
の
don't
権
think
利は
so.
あるでしょ
上等や。
つくづくバカな連中だな。要は喧嘩がしてだけなんじゃねえのか、お前ら。
just constant eyebrow raises and eye narrowing.
俺はお前たちよりずっと喧嘩に飢えてきたってこと。
キリュウハン。
さあドイツからやるんだ。俺はいつ始めてもいい。誰からでも相手するぜ。
ほな俺が相手してもらおっか。映画勝や。
どうぞ。俺は冴島さんとやらせてもらいます。いいですか、冴島さん。
好きにせえ。
蹴りをつけましょう。
ああ。誰が一番強いのか。それに
誰がこの事件の幕を引く男なのか。手加減はなしだ。殺すつもりでかかってこい。
Good times. Alright, wants that say first. Just keep hitting the head, you know? Whoops. Good talk. All right. Courtesy.
久々の喧嘩。堪忍しませんよ。
Yeah, we took too much. What the heck? Where's the active? Is it just... I think I'm too early? No? Oh, I am. I'm not too early. I was late. Yeah, it's like active right away. Yeah, it's active right away. What the? Oh my gosh. I could even supersede that and it's still... maybe it's later. If we hold back, it still works though. So we should have just held back. Like backpedal. The active frames probably got too close to the body, so I needed to hold back. What do we learn from this? It was kind of mean being Kiryu. So let's stick with Saejima. Like, what I mean is Saejima's kind of mean. Where's that QTE? Classic.
どないする桐生。そろそろどっちが倒れてもおかしないで。ああ。だがやるしかねえ。黒幕がやってくるまでまだ喧嘩をやめるわけにはいかない。そうやな。
Kurosawa enters from the right. Nah, we don't want to hear his victory speech. Fine, he just gloats. Daigo comes out. Like, haha. Nailed it. Then Daigo shows up, who supersedes him, and then Kanai shows up, superseding Daigo. Cat's out of the bag. He reveals this entire plot, which is basically to set up all the old relics that get in his way so that he can pass the torch off to Aizawa. While setting the downfall of all the old remnants of the Omi Alliance and Tojo legends that would get in the way of Aizawa's rise. Katsuya dodges the bullet. It's fine. It's fine. He's okay. He's just sleeping just for a little bit. Gotta see the Daigo entrance.
許さねえ。お前だけは絶対に。
今からそっち行って決着つけたるわい。
決着か。バカらしい。そんなボロボロの体でよくそんなセリフが吐けたもんだな。まだ弾は一発残ってる。先に死にてえ方は手を挙げろ。
なら俺が死のうか。
Enters from the right.
1ヶ月ぶりですかね。
Right ear.
黒沢会長。
堂島大吾。
大吾。
The good old. I planned this all along. Figured out your game plan. Well, he didn't really figure out his game plan. He flushed him out with the bait. And then Kanai interrupts. He basically explains what he was doing to figure out to flush him out.
桐生さん、冴島さん。後のことは任せましたよ。
大吾、お前。
これでやっと俺も6代目って胸張って言えますかね。桐生さん。
なぜ狙わないんだ。
All the characters you follow, they drop their guards.
選んでください。せめて極道らしく自分自身でけじめをつけるのか、それともこういう形でしかけじめを取れないのか。選んでください。さ
あ。あいにくそのどちらも的外れな選択肢だ。
そうか。
どこまでも甘い男だ。情けなんぞかけたら命取りになるぞ。
大吾！
Alright, alright. They leave. Bigger schemes are afoot. We shift over to Haruka momentarily. This is where T-Set and Haruka figure out what to do, and they decide to form a combined group act called Dreamline. This is a refresher on Park Sun's dream of the Japan Dome and how everything turned out right now, how it's postponed, but they are still gonna perform after T-set.
よしほんなら練習戻って
But instead, we know a bigger arc where they were always meant to work together because both
え
they were all set up to do so. Park Sun's legacy, Park Sun, Majima, Katsuya.
プリ
俺
どうなんや
お宅の
どな
ただこなそうない
イベントでや
逆
The finale didn't really, yeah, was slightly like cut short of what Haruka would do. There wasn't anything that we didn't already sort of suspected. But this Baba scene, Haruka with Baba, a really strong scene for her segment. One may even say her and Saejima and Kiryu almost immediately charmed Baba. I think it might have been quicker to take a taxi. All the Kiryu-isms passed down to Haruka in this scene.
実は昨日の夜俺とキルでも
we're gonna pass this, but
そうな
はいよあもうおじ
はるかちゃん
Baba tries to warn Haruka for the last time that something bad might happen,
おじさんは優し
大
私
but she believes.
ど
俺が
はいそれじゃ
And also believes that Baba is a nice person. Reads right through him. What am I doing? Head back to the studio. I think we then move on over to Majima, who big brain. I think the biggest brain story would be that Majima gave himself up knowing what happened to Park's son to save Haruka, because he's been keeping an eye on Park's son the whole time, and that's his motivation to use himself to stall wait, I was asked twice. Meanwhile, Katsuya Hospital bed, Watase has an exchange. This is a great scene too between Shinada and Watase. Watase asks Shinada what he thinks if he was in a hypothetical situation, which is the situation presented to Watase right now. And of course, Shinada... Oh, not yet, actually. Shinada speaks of dreams.
大丈夫かしら。
俺は腕やった。そうね。
Yep.
それで。
Taiga will make it.
このそして登場。だがいつもその
そうだ。
その通りですよ、伊達さん。
秋山。
この店は桐生さん、それにその信念に共鳴する人間の交差点。やっぱりみんなここに集まってくるんですね。
お前、
お久しぶりですね、冴島さん。
どうしてお前がここに？
実は皆さんに近江連合と東上会の今起こっていることについて。
Akiyama fills in the rest of the details to the guys about the concert and how the concert is going to be a catalyst, as well as Morinaga, Aizawa, Tatsuya, the other side of the scheme. And have to plan on how to protect Haruka.
そして勝也が会長かなりおそらくでもそれが桐生元
Shinada? This is a good one.
なあ兄ちゃん、一つ聞いていいか。例えば兄ちゃんやったら同じ夢を追いかけた仲間が殺された時、夢と復讐どっち取る？
復讐ですね、間違いなく。
でもそいつが復讐を望んでいないんだとしたら、
夢を取ります。そいつの夢も叶えるためにね。それが仲間ってもんじゃないですか。
悪かったな、いきなり話しかけて。ほな。
That's sudden bait and a switch. Shinada is not a character of revenge, so they started with that response. Be like, wait a minute, and then the follow-up. Gotta practice.
ドームのコンサート。
それけど、しかも T セ
ット
多分
Now they're updated on the Dreamline performance.
だ
な、それで
明日の正直実際に
Akiyama refuses to cancel it because it's Park Sun's legacy and it's Haruka's dream as well. Kiryu automatically sobers up.
動けるのか？
どんな事情が
だったら
はるかが今の話を知ったところで。
そう。
Kiryu agrees. Saejima volunteers to go up and talk to Kiryu. This is where they have a discussion about the changing times. People like them do not exist in this world too much anymore.
はるかやどうしもちゃう家族
Family.
俺もそうだけど
This is a throwback to Yakuza 4. They kind of go back and forth about Yakuza 4. And a lot of the series when it comes to Haruka and Kiryu's relationship. Goes back to Kiwami 1. Oh my gosh, camera. Wait. Okay.
だからああ
な
だってさっき
Now enters the picture. Akiyama introduces Shinada to Kiryu.
ああ紹介するの忘れてました。彼が大悟さんの友人で元プロ野球選手で球界を追放されておまけに俺から3億2000万もの金を借金しようとした、名古屋の風俗ライター白です。よろしくお願いします。
That facial reaction is like, well, yeah, that's true. Alright, they go over the plans. News program interrupts them. Majima shows up. This is a really touching speech about dreams. Majima shows up. News happens, so the gang goes to the Millennium Tower. I think this was Majima's play.
カムロ町の夜景がこんなにもいいもんだとはな。お前が生きてることは分かってた。最後の最後までどちらか片方が生き残り俺を倒す。それが勝也との約束だったんだろう。
Oh, actually, that's probably who. Oh, I didn't make that connection. Now that I think about it, Katsuya was probably talking to Majima on the phone before Kiryu and Saejima stormed, and then Akiyama was sorting out the stuff.
Majima.
That makes sense. I didn't make that connection.
黒沢。
さあ、最後の一仕事手伝ってもらうとするか。
And that would check out with the Dreamline Act and yeah. Because it lines up with everything because Park's son Katsuya was kind of the inside man as much as information exchanging goes, and Majima was, and they were probably both aware that Park's son died, and all three of them were in cahoots. So the natural person that Katsuya would call is probably Majima, since Park's son has passed since.
そうです。
which strengthens that it's Majima's play. Yeah, it works out. So we're here. Before we do this, I gotta go to the bathroom quickly for the finale. Right? Alright, finale. Might want to briefly save just in case someone gets bopped, but this finale was it was very this was like boss only, no like long chains of things, just like Yakuza 4. Very similar to Yakuza 4. Okay. Wait. What? I thought it's talking to Oh, right. Okay. Hold on. Let's get the weirdness of wearing the tiger mail on Kiryu. Okay. I have to wait till evening for this to start. Okay.
Kiryu-san.
Let's go. It's only been like less than a week since we've seen the finale again. Because of the completion stuff. I think this is... We'll skip this part. Majima.
速報です。本日17時過ぎ、警視庁は東京カムロ町中心部にあるビルミレニアムタワーが何者かによって占拠されたとの発表をしました。犯人は広域指定暴力団東上会の幹部真島五郎氏を人質に最上階に立てこもっているとのことです。繰り返します。本日17時過ぎ、警視庁は東京カムロ町中心部にあるビルミレニアムタワーが何者かによって占拠されたとの発表をしました。
コンサートまで時間がありませんが。
とにかくミレニアムタワーまで急ぐぞ。
They all go, and that's where they decide to split up. Shinada goes to the Japan Dome. Akiyama hangs out with Kiryu. Saejima is allowed to go after Majima in the Millennium Tower. And Akiyama and Kiryu splits up. Akiyama stays to take care of Kanai. Oh, no, we're skipping this. The machine guns are very loud. Okay. Off you go. They both go to the sewers and then split up from there. This is multi, so we're gonna use Akiyama to clear quicker. Oh no, is this the wall? Oh, too close to the wall. We gotta stay away from the wall. Unreliable heat, as per usual. That's not what I was trying to do. Can I? For the third time? Nothing personal, can I? Alright, this is kind of personal. 2-hit burst. Wow, I really thought we pushed him on the QTE. Oh no. That was weird. His life gauge flashed, like vanished. Okay. Pop over to Saejima and Shinada.
Yeah.
I think this time it's gonna take Shinada. Spare bullets. Gotta relax. No need to get fancy. What? There's actually an invisible wall there. A line of sight. Go ahead, Saejima. You can, Oh, we took him all out before this. Before the dialogue. That's hilarious.
何ですかこんな時に。ドームに行ったら、多分ババっちゅうやつがおるはずや。ババ？ああ。黒沢の手下で、俺のことを脱獄するよう導き出したやつや。それで何を？そいつにおたらな。伝えてほしいんや。俺はこの町でずっとお前を待っとるてな。は？何ですかそれ？俺はあいつと杯交わす約束したんや。杯？あいつはまだ若い。ぶん殴って目覚まさせてやらんと何しでかすかわからん。せやから遥だけやなく。ババのことも救ってやってほしいんや。たく、義理人情もここまで来るとすがすがしいですね。あ？なんか言うたか？いや、とりあえず今目の前の敵を片付けましょう。あ
？We can't actually advance without that. So Saejima is telling Shinada to look out for Baba, basically. Because both Kiryu and Saejima, I mean, pretty much all of them are sentimental. Man, just taking peeps out before it even happens. And then there's this dude. The dude that throws Shinada off the platform. Oh, can we take him out, just him? Oh yeah, there it is. Oh, it doesn't end automatically. I was seeing if it ends immediately if you take out the big one. All right, and this is where they split up. Oh wait, I went the wrong way. Just kidding. That's not the way. It's this way. I got my camera turned around. This is this where they split up? Alright. Now, Saejima is first.
はい、開始1分前。
Rip Park-san.
はるか、準備はいいわね。さあ、夢のユニットドリームラインの始まりよ。私たちも思いっきり楽しもう。
Man. So we have the forced Majima and Saejima confrontation. Although I'm willing to call Majima's bluff, and he's stalling. This was his move.
Yeah.
However, what went unexpectedly was that Baba was swayed by Saejima being in contact with Saejima, Kiryu, and Haruka. Even though Majima was stalling potentially as his move. Baba had a change of heart. This is a throwback to the beginning of Saejima's part 2. About how he passed on fighting Saejima over 2 years ago. That smirk. Who's playing who, though, you know?
勘弁せや、兄弟。アホが。ここであの子を見殺しにするような男やったら、どのみちわしの方から殺しに行っとったわ。感謝するで、黒沢。こうしてまた本気で兄弟とやり合える。情けかけられたまま兄弟に死なれてもうたら、俺は死んでも死にきれんかったとこや。ほな、行くで、兄弟。 の最後の喧嘩の花しっかり咲かせたらやないかい。
Hajima's theme. Oops. Out. I have no idea where you're aiming at. Sorry, Majima. I'm looking forward to seeing the two of the Jima brothers together. Properly working together. And probably like a dragon, infinite well. Maybe even like a dragon Gaiden. Who knows? Get a glimpse of them. I feel like that was a double meaning right there. Making up for lost time. They're making up for something. It's not just lost time.
兄弟どうしたもう終わりかもっと戦えお前らがやり合わないんだったら沢村遥を殺すだけだぞくそどうしたなんで電話に出ない
こういうことや
これは
ババさんだね。
You know, Baba has met Saejima, Hiryu, and Shinada, but he didn't get a chance to meet Akiyama. Just saying.
やっぱり。あ、そうか。その様子じゃ、はるかちゃんの狙撃はやめてくれたようだね。何のことだ。カメラ置いてってんじゃねえよ。 ちゃんと持って帰れっつってんだよ。ここは普段いろんなチームのスコアラーが必死になって相手チームのサイン盗んでる場所なんだよ。そんな場所にカメラ置いてったら迷惑だろうが。なんなんだお前。確かにサイン塔は汚いことかもしれないけど、みんな必死なんだよ、裏方ってのは。あんたこの事件の裏方なんだろ。だったら証拠になるようなもん現場に残すようなことすんじゃねえ。俺はそういうプロ意識の低いやつが大嫌いなんだ。
何わけのわかんないこと言ってんださっきから。
あの子を撃つのをやめたまでは認めてやる。だが今この場から逃げるのは正義でも何でもねえ。そういうのただの現実逃避って言うんだよ。裏方なら裏方らしく最後までてめえのやったことに責任持て。
責任？
ああそうだ、ちった痛い目にあえって言ってんだよ。
なんだと。
あんたにはこれまでやってきたことの責任をしっかり取ってもらう。そうしねえと。
If you really read into what he's saying, it's kind of poetic, but at the same time, if you're like trying to take Baba's perspectives, like, dude, man, I know you're trying to make baseball analogies, but I don't know that you're a baseball player. I don't know anything about your life situation. This means so much to the player, but what the heck are you spouting about?
あんたを信じて待ってる人間が悲しむだけだからな。
誰なんだそいつは。
Those lines are directed breaking the fourth wall, not to Baba, really.
言葉で説明しても伝わらねえだろうから
な。The last, like, the take-home message was the punchline that he was trying to get through. Oh, stunned by shooting. This is the true victory lap right here. We're here to enjoy the stories. No need to be a hero. Real talk, though, it would be pretty amazing to see Baba again. We've invested so much into him. Nakajima, Katsuki. I mean, Shinada. Hanamura. Karusayama.
ちっちゃいな。
はるか？
夢の舞台なんて言ったのは客席から見ればこんなもんだってことか。俺もあんなんだったのかな。
Oh, those lines. They paired up the situations so well. You had like the old meets the new paired up all the time.
なんでもっと早く、もっと早くに冴島さんに会えなかったんだろう。
ババ、
あんた冴島さんの仲間なんだろ。だったら伝えてくれ。踊れなくてすいませんって。
やめろ、やめるんだ。おい。
That bullet though, right in the chain, like the barrel, man. Himura is a sharpshooter, man.
ババちゃん。
Himura Ace.
どうしてみんな。
何やってんだババ。自分から命捨てるバカがあるか。
大島さん。
よかった。超法規的措置使ってまで東京に来た甲斐がありましたね、高坂さん。あ
あ。どういうこと？
あの刑務所の騒動からしばらくして、お前ら二人が月見野にいるとき、冴島さんから高坂さんに連絡があったんだよ。
連絡？
ああ、馬場を救い出してやってほしいってな。
俺を？
We didn't ever see that happen. So it's kind of like a nice little twist or addition that you would think, yeah, Saejima would probably contact them.
網走で待つ。兄弟一緒に同じ罪を償おうってな。帰ろう、馬場。お前には待っている人間がいるんだ。
These are like what makes having just multiple characters and multiple storylines so incredibly satisfying when it comes to finales. It's like the perspective shifts are constant, and it's so great because it's never ending. Like, you don't have downbeats, you don't have melodrama. It just keeps shifting over time, and the moment you see a conclusion one, it transitions so well into another. Just completely jam-packed.
あいついいな。戻れる場所があって。
Oof, deep cut. And of course, Tatsuki calls.
俺は帰れる場所どこかあったっけかな。
This scene was fantastic. It's so good. Like all the juxtapositions in one scene.
もしもし。
東京旅行はどうだ、品田。
高杉さん？
急にいなくなるからよ。心配したぜ。
心配って、もうお金なら返したじゃないですか。
そうじゃねえよ。金じゃなくて、お前の心配してやってんだよ。
え？
そういやミルクって風俗嬢の姉ちゃんが釈放されたみたいでな。お前に伝えてほしいことがあるって言ってたわ。ゴムなしベッド90分3000でいいから店に来いってよ。 みんなお前の顔が見たいってよ。帰ってこい品田。それにお前が帰ってこないと俺も完全証明出せねえで困ってんだな。おい石田、お前ちゃんと聞いてんのかよ。おい石田、テンポ悪い。石田、おい品田、おい来るかい。
All right. That one, I would say that's probably the top scene. Like Shinada, Baba overlapping with Haruka, throwing in Himura, Oshima, and Koseka. That's the strongest part of the finale. I mean, all the other scenes are pretty fantastic, but that one, it more or less encapsulates what Yakuza 5 is trying to realize, right? Dreams, consequences, legacy, Yakuza, idol, everything was in one scene. The baggage, the feeling like you're always left in the dark, no place to return, all that, all summarized in that one scene. It's just an incredible scene. I'd probably say, probably top 5 of all the scenes. I mean, there are really good ones. Of course, it's worth noting that it's not saying that that scene is possible as a standalone, because the game series is propped up by all the games you play, even after or before. Sequels or prequels, they all elevate a second playthrough because you have dramatic irony as well. It's kind of like when you watch a movie, maybe like you like Star Wars or something. Star Wars started in the middle, technically, now with all now that you have the dramatic like the forethought and like the knowledge, like it's after the fact. Star Wars started in the middle, then prequels and sequels. This game benefits from the idea that it will tie in all the time. That just makes it all the more powerful. We're gonna this is where Daigo and Katsuya somehow managed to walk after taking bullets and then taking out everyone, and then Kurosawa starts alluding to the real in person that he's doing all this for, and it's Aizawa. So we're gonna transition to Kiryu soon. Let's soonish. Oh yeah, I forgot. And then we still have Akiyama, the little like slight nod to becoming a legend himself. And then you have all the nods to every other thing. So everything excluding Sotenbori happened. The people in Fukuoka, Tsukumino, and then specifically Akiyama stuff. But no like Nagoya and Haruka stuff, because they've already been represented. So good. This is one of the few game series where, as the times change and the male characters just like almost all the long-standing characters get basically brutalized by their life, You just see those scenes every time there's like scenes where they like break down. It just hits really hard, incredibly hard. You just don't see that. You can't see that without appreciating it with a very, very long legacy of baggage. So now we phase up. Find out that it's Aizawa, and Kiryu leaves Akiyama, deal with Kanai. Butthead. Up, Kiryu. What are you doing? This game's disk scaling and stuff was so generous. Outside of like the one or like 2 or 3 incredibly just mechanically unscalable stuff, like this like the Komaki fights and dude, I didn't even have the command to okay, this is kind of annoying, but alright. And then the boss scaling, it's just like more HP, but they don't really actually hit. I think one thing that could benefit in terms of notifications is there's an internal cooldown on beat action, and often it leads you into that situation. Yeah, thing. But that's just minor things, very minor things. Just run around until you can see a heat icon show up, so you know that the cooldown's up. That's an invisible wall. Kanai has a weapon, so if you just stay next to him, you'll be hit stunned to oblivion. But the damage scaling is incredibly generous in this game. Even when you have like the Komaki like Sosuke and Sotaro together, or even the Amons. Well, I don't know. Joe Amon might be pushing it in terms of the scaling. I'm sure it'll still scale up a lot, quite a bit more. But all the other stuff, the scaling is so generous. It almost feels like vanilla legendary is a thing. Or very approachable. It's definitely approachable if you like do XP early. Where are you? get rid of that knife. Get out of here. That was weird. I lost one of my inputs. Did he just miss point blank range? That was weird. Wow, he really does just... Oh, no. I don't know why that misses. Let's use the pole. We can probably use the guard break too. Akiyama using his hands. What is this nonsense? And we have the wrap up for every other part of the game.
ほんとしぶといね。まだや。あと少しで次の部隊が到着する。もうこの町は終わりなんや。何
That sudden realization. He recovered fast, man. Hitakata recovered fast from a bullet wound.
何やと
俺らが自分勝手な夢描いてる間にわしらはわしらでもっと大きな夢に向かって動いとった山笠組に北方組東上界に近江連合皆堂島に真島それに桐生藩と戦うことで互いに繋がれた絆なんや。
Yep, the three.
踊れらの好きにはさせん。踊れらの敵はこの国の極道全員じゃ。
This is like more of the usual pre Yakuza 4. This is more of the usual closure. It's very familiar. It's comforting in a way, but feels very familiar. In contrast to like Hanamoto in Yakuza 4 and Shinada in this game. And you see this scene right here where they weren't able to secure Akiyama or Yakuza Like a Dragon. Watase, you know, Watase and Akiyama, this scene right here. They're like bonded. But Watase made it. Akiyama did not. Maybe in the next game.
あんまりいいもんじゃないね。あんたって人の器のでかさが身に染みてわかるよ。あとは桐生さんがどう締めくくるか。それだけか。
And then easily one of the longest QTE strings, fight strings in the series. To cap it all off. Arguably rivaled by the next one, which is the Yakuza 0 fight with Shibusawa? I forgot his name. But on the boat. They still kind of expanded that set piece in Yakuza 0. They dialed everything else back though. I guess it's better, it's more accurately saying they dialed in what they wanted as opposed to dialing back. Aizawa. Fine. We hear his monologue. Kurosawa explaining. This is pretty bittersweet too. His climb up to power. Weighing what it's like to shoulder all the weight alone without the support of others. In contrast to all the characters that you play.
俺は今初めて自分の力で頂点の人間と戦うことができる。
Yep. And then we cut over to Haruka. Oh, okay. It already included in the same scene. I think? No. Oh no, not yet. Supposed to cut over to Haruka and allow the song to begin, but I think we I think it's wow, he has purple health over here. I think it was sequential with that one scene. Oh no. The longest rapid tap sequence in the entire game series so far. It's so long. solid 15 seconds, maybe. Arguably, though, the Yakuza 0 fight, the Shibusawa is incredibly dynamic because of the style system. But that also means the loss of two characters. There were a lot of trade-offs made for that. Because the finale is the sum of all of it, not just this one fight. Yeah, it's so early. The activation for Tiger Drop and Dragon Tiger Drop is so early. But once you get it, you kind of just know. Not a song. This one's like half of that headbutting one. Tiger knee. Can't do anything about it. Oh, wait, I can interrupt that. Really? Oh. Aggressive staring. Cut to the song. Quick, cut to the song. Yeah, I still feel it, the chord progression in this song is doesn't quite hit the Yakuza feel for a finale song. There is a different song at the end of the credit though. On the credits. There's a lot of music in this game. There's a lot of everything in this game. So most of the stuff is just minor. This final line to him is great. Fight your way up. I'll be waiting.
這い上がってまた俺に向かってこいそん時まで待っててやるぜ
So many great like 1 to 2 liners. And Haruka gives her clarity speech, resigning as an idol. And then the credits roll. We'll listen to the full end credits music. It's been a long journey, man, for this game. It's been a really long journey. Yeah, completion of this game came after Yakuza 6 and Yakuza Like a Dragon. Oh, close. Yakuza Like a Dragon has 2 optional things though. Playing 5 specifically really reveals a lot of the potential characters that may really show up or have a more likelihood to show up again in Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. However, like Yakuza 6 and some of this, less so 4, and then 3, the kids, like the kids, gotta come back. Mitsuo, Ayako, Eddie, Shiro, Koji, oh no, I forgot the bigger kid. I want to say Taichi. Yeah, Taichi. I'm missing a girl, Riona. And Riona. Any of the kids, man. Any of the kids. depending on where Infinite Wealth happens, all of them are not between the ages of anywhere between 18 to 21, maybe 17 to 20, and then obviously Infinite Wealth is gonna. It's slated for 2024, so that game is probably gonna be set in either pretty close. It's usually within the year of the release year, so 2023 or 2024. So that, yeah, so that's like another 3 or 4 years after the events of Yakuza Like a Dragon. See Haruka again, because that hasn't happened. Yuta in Yakuza 6. Haruto, who would be about Haruka's age if they featured him. In Kiwami 1, when Haruka first, like when Kiryu first met Haruka, she's the same, Haruto would be close to the same age now, in Yakuza Like a Dragon. No, not Yakuza Like a Dragon, like in the next game. It takes place in 2023. Second song. I think this was the song in the beginning of the game, the intro, like the title screen intro thing, with all the like splice cuts from the game kind of thing. I think. Might not be. Masayoshi Yokoyama. Yokoyama is now officially the head of everything now. He's replacing Nagoshi as executive director. So the next 2 games are the first time it's the post Nagoshi period for RGG. See what happens. Looking forward to it. That drop out and then the violin comes in. Oh, they could so build up longer on that, but I like what they did. they show restraint, have the guitar drop out, and then go back to the chorus, but this time with the violin accompaniment and a melody. Yeah, I think the after credits scene for this was quite a bit quite a bit toned down compared to a lot of the other games. Granted, by this point, there's a lot of everything.
みんなが待つところに。
Did he use near-death experience number 7? I think something like that. Always pull him back down to earth. No rest for the weary and the strong. There it is. The dream motif.
違うよ。私はここにいるよ。
We did it. Acquired all achievements. Called the dream fulfilled. How poetic. How poetic. All right. So, as customary, it's time for me to, we're gonna try to keep it to 30 minutes, maybe. It might turn it into an hour spiel, but, first, can we, like... Is there a, like, way to... just play music in the background of this game? I do not think so. But you know what? I'm gonna do the one thing. I think this is gonna be okay because it's a specific track from the game that I really like. So let me grab that quickly. Whoops. All right. Hold up. All right. It's that time again. We're gonna create a moment because this is a long time coming. It's been a while. I've been trying to get into completing a game within a month, you know, a game or two within a month, and whoa. What can I say about this game, man? What can I say about this game? Let's get out some of the facts, right? Some of the stuff that's observable in every way and undisputed. Things that, before we go into opinions, the psychology, the usual spiel where I try to say what does this game appeal to, the target audience, and then what it doesn't appeal to, generally speaking, and then my personal opinions. So what does this game have to offer? This game, in the throw in some current events right now, this game represents a type of game design and philosophy that generally does not work in the modern industry at the moment. Like the gaming industry, when it comes to like budget, production, scope, just like the more recent gold standards that have come up a few times in my recent discussions, i.e. specifically Baldur's Gate 3 and Larian Studios. Games like this is largely once in a lifetime, where you have the committed, unexhausted passion of a developer group with a concurrent confidence of a publisher group willing to take a risk to making a game that just uncompromisingly large in scope. And this is a game that represents, in my opinion, when it considers scope, variety, level of content, experimentation, story writing. This is like the opus magnum of the pre-Dragon Engine RGG. Not Yakuza 0. Yakuza 0 is a streamlined version of Yakuza 5. This is the peak, in my opinion, in terms of those qualities, the ones that I'm specifically talking about. You have side stories, right? Sub stories makes their return. All the throwbacks that lead all the way back to Kiwami 1. The side stories are completely exclusive, what we would call full-fledged mini games, right? The unique mini games that gets a little bit of TLC in the later titles where they feature 1 or 2, typically 2 major. We had 4, and a character Haruka that plays with mechanics that are entirely separated from the traditional core, way outfield. An entirely new character, which that is hard to say in this day and age, because generally characters storytelling tends to revolve around one core character now, or 1 or 2 core characters, and then all the other characters are supporting characters. But the way the storytelling of this type of RGG design, you usually just don't throw a non-legacy character in as often. That was uncharacteristic until Yakuza 4, and then they upped the ante with Yakuza 5. So Tanimoto was the guy, and Akiyama, really. Technically it was new in Yakuza 4, and then what was supplanted was Tanimoto, right? With Shinada. So it had so many things going on. Like, so undisputably, if you're a variety person who rarely gets attached to something, like, as in, you're not looking for, if you sit around and you say, what's the best? If you use the word best, or it's not like this, it's not like that, I don't, you know, I want to play similar things, why isn't it consistent? Then this is not the type of building philosophy for this game. It's incredibly inconsistent. The story is incredibly happenstance. It's like the whole package of the idea that yeah, life throws you a lot of curveballs, pun intended, Shinada. Actually, the whole curveball thing is really hilarious, because the one time he succeeded is when he hit a fastball, which is a straight and narrow, like just straight shot, but life only threw him curveballs until that one opportunity. It's metaphorical. I hope that's like the brilliance of the writing. Like, I hope that was intended, because it's a double entendre, it's a double meaning. Shinada couldn't hit curveballs. He practiced so hard and he still wasn't up to snuff to hit the curveballs. But when he finally coming of age and took hands into his own matter, he was able to hit a curveball. At the time, they threw him a straight ball. They gave him something and it just didn't work out, right? There's so many things to talk about, because of the 5 characters, they had to cover so many facets of the slice of life thing. And this game, factually, in every way, offers the slice of life while attempting to maintain I guess your classic crime cop drama like thing, where at some point there's going to be a scheme or like a overarching series of events that are so great that it is bigger than all the characters, so it spans all the characters, and that creates the epicness that Yakuza has been known for. And it really is the Yakuza of old is the finale. It's just the finale encapsulates what later titles will usually, what I would call it, is the last third of the game. And anything before that is slice of life. And there is no other game to date that is even near the level of slice of life that this game has to offer, just by sheer volume, right? You have 4 cities, technically 5 with Kamurocho, but Kamurocho is the core. It's the Yakuza. That's the legacy. So the finale takes place in Kamurocho. But before then is slice of life. Just everything. Fukuoka, Nagoya, Tsukumino, Sapporo, even the hunting village. Return to Osaka in Sotenbori. Just everything. And all the supporting characters. And because they have to do 4 of everything, 4 to 5 of everything, they are paired up with the very different supporting characters. So it's kind of like having what I can imagine to summarize this game is, in a modern setting, what it would be like you play episode 1. Episode 1 is Kiryu's chapter in Fukuoka, and that would be marketed as like a $25 thing, right? Then you wait another 6 months to a year or even 2 years for part 2. So this game is that big to the point where you individually take them off and it wouldn't feel disjointed. Now, it also trades off from being character driven and being cohesive. So those who are probably played Yakuza 0 or maybe love Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2 and Yakuza 3, you don't have that consistency. It's not revolving around in a single character, so it will not feel cohesive. This is, to me, games are not built this way anymore because the current trend and standards that are set by I don't even have to mention their names anymore, but the modern standard now do not make world building games that deal with any aspect of slice of life. And this game does all of that in spades and more. Like, what weighs down, for example, this is debatable, but what weighs down and creates an Ubisoft effect? The Ubisoft effect is that you are playing corely one avatar, and that one avatar is seemingly doing all that stuff. That creates a repetition of what is expected of that character. This is not that type of game. It is 5 characters, and you have to reacclimate every time it's a new character. They did do some compensation for that was way more abrupt in Yakuza 4, is that the separation of tools, right? So this is not a modern standard. So the game did this because it's a risk they took in structure. Basically, each character can only do certain things that are reflective of their character. In fact, this game is far more RPG than the vast majority of modernized RPG games, because those are action RPG games, and what an action RPG game means is you roleplay yourself. This series, especially Yakuza 4, went pretty ham on the idea that those 4 characters can't do what each other can do. In Yakuza 5, they sort of laxed it up a bit. So for example, Kiryu, Saejima, Akiyama, Shinada all have certain techniques that round them back up. So they have what I would refer to in fighting games, they have universal mechanics. Like, they have their version of throwing, countering. In most cases, at least 3 of the 4 have some overlapping mechanics that, like, okay, 3 of the 4 can counter. 3 of the 4 can grapple. So it leaves one guy out that has some missing parts. And then they have their version. And then Saejima and Kiryu has like a lot of overlaps and whatnot. But it rounds their game up. They didn't go ham on like Yakuza 4, where this character simply can't do that. It's not in the cards. Like Tanemura cannot do certain things, and you have to learn to play like that. You role play those characters in an action game, and we'll call the structure more of a beat 'em up game, because the whole hit stunning, everything hit stunning, you think that's more of a beat 'em up property, as opposed to like it's closer, like it's fighting and beat 'em up games, not action RPG games. Action RPG games have an entirely different feel. It's about pockets, it's about iframes. In this game, when beat 'em ups, when you are outnumbered, you are legitimately outnumbered. That's not the way action RPGs typically do. Like set up pieces, you tend to have the actions required for it. But in beat 'em up, if you're surrounded, you're pretty much surrounded. You're gonna get hit to oblivion. That's kind of very reflective of Yakuza, right? So this game is slice of life in its truest sense, and they made a game that involves this topic, this subject matter, these mechanics, and even the mini games and the side stories and the sub stories, all of them become pocketed. So you're not playing Assassin's Creed with 5 different maps or with just like multiple zones that you complete with the same thing. You are completing 5 different mini Assassin's Creed in one game, where you play 5 different characters with their own set of things you have to get used to. So if you're a player who plays the first chapter and it's like, oh my gosh, Kiryu's so good in this game, and then suddenly you switch to Saejima, it's like, dude, what the heck do I do with Saejima? Like, man, this prison stuff, it's kind of boring. Like, I don't really want this. I want to be like a hero. I don't want to be a soppy old dude who's on a path to redemption. It's like, it's not for you. Like, and then suddenly when Saejima stops, you take the role of Haruka. What does Haruka do? She works on the idol path, and sure enough, it's another piece of the life. And then Akiyama shows up, and now it's spiraling, and then you hit Shinada. It's like, wait, he what now? So he's like a, you know, in this game, you're going to have roller coaster rides, because you go through a adapting period, a challenge period, then a honeymoon, and then the honeymoon's over. You start part 2. Then you do it all over again. Then part 3. You do it all over again. In fact, part 3 is so dense that you do it twice, because Akiyama and Haruka shares that part. And then you do it all over again. And then finally at the end, you get your proper Yakuza game. The one that came before, the format that came before Yakuza 4. When they stopped experimenting, when they didn't start experimenting the 4 and 5 system, and then they sort of scaled it back on Yakuza 0, so they went down to 2, and then because of the post-Dragon Engine stuff, you know, you have production, you have like adapting new technology, but I can see instead they spin the wheels differently, and they splintered. So now Yakuza Like a Dragon, right? They took this concept, in my opinion, this concept of trying to get as many characters to fill their world in world building. It fits right in with JRPGs. And this game is far more an RPG game than it is an action beat 'em up game. Like the storytelling, the structure, the mini games, the pocket cities. It's an RPG game. And without the real-time inputs, which actually, a slight digression, that's no longer the case. So many JRPGs now, like the classic JRPG, is a subtype of its own. Modern JRPGs tend to be blurring the lines of like real-time action in between, and each of the cities, it's like you're in a You're a character, you enter a new city, here it is. So instead, they took out the traveling time, right? So overworld, there's no world map, it's Japan. The world map is Japan. You know, you can possibly use your imagination. Imagine them getting on a plane and traveling. But that's kind of the scope. And I don't think it's going to be a really long time before a game like this is going to happen again. Especially from RGG. But I would love to see a game like this again. It will not sell well, in my opinion. Like, if they released a game like this now, it will not sell well. It will cost an unbelievable amount of money. However, it might get great accolades. Well, there is a chance it might sell well after the Larian Studio Baldur's Gate 3 honeymoon, perhaps. But more, in my opinion. More, but not more of the same, right? That's the idea. This game completely averted what kinda caused the Assassin's Creed slump. And it just completely dodged that. Because instead of making the game more of a single thing, or trying to get people to subconsciously associate with, like, it's just a lot of Kiryu doing a lot of things, it's never feels like that. I don't think it rarely ever feels like that. The moment you feel comfortable, you feel uncomfortable again. And it's literally life, in my opinion. Like, not literally, figuratively. Like, it's the literal feelings that life give you. You get comfortable with something, and then something else occurs. You get comfortable with something, and then something occurs. Or you thought you understood something with a particular perspective, like Kiryu's perspective, and then someone comes along and decides to change your perspective. And you got the Saejima perspective, then the Haruka's perspective. They cover a different age range. Because of Haruka, they were female characters that are featured predominantly in a position of strength and influence, in contrast to the patriarchal perspective. First time in the series, actually. The first time in the series. To reflect somewhat the slight changing times, but all within the context of the hardy strength of the predominant Japanese culture, right? There are things that are changing, but at the same time, it's within the scope of the orthodox Japanese culture. All that these are facts. There's just variety of everything. It's the variety of varieties, and there are very few games that will ever reach this scope again for a really long time, unless like the paradigm changes for marketing. Like, unless people change their preferences, their paradigm, their psychology for like preferences. Like, instead of thinking about what's the best, what do they want, it's more about experimentation, being surprised and disappointed. You know, taking things as they are, learning to like something, learning in general. In fact, I actually think in this day, Deep Cut, most games rarely ever tax a player to forcibly learn anything these days. Generally speaking, people buy video games because they already know they're going to buy it, they're already going to play it, or they're already going to have legacy skill going into it. They buy things they want. This game represents a time when games are still a mystery box. You buy this game and I can't even describe to you how it's going to make you feel. It's going to make you feel everything. It's going to get you frustrated, it's going to get you sad, it's going to get you wanting to throw a controller across the room. Then it's going to make you feel like you're OP as heck. everything flows super well. It's everything. So a scope like this, it's really hard to advertise what kind of game it is. I can't really give you a name of what type of game this is, besides slice of life. And we know that life is everything. So that is it. It's life. It's like a video game's life. They try to put in as many different takes of something, and that's the essence of slice of life, and I love it. I don't think it's bittersweet because I've concluded playing this game, and it's gonna be a really long time, if even in my lifetime, to see a game like this. I would love to see it happen though. Okay, so facts. It's a lot of everything. It's not a lot of one thing or a few things. So that summarizes the facts. It's just really so many things. Now, in terms of, I've already leaned into this, I tend to always frame the target audience and whatnot. What is this for, right? Who's this game for? If you played at least 3 of the previous 4 games, this is for you. Like, you're already locked in. It's the amalgamation of pretty much a little of everything, right? However, there's still detractions. You will probably find this game, depending on which type of Yakuza game prior to this, like in a chronological order, that you prefer, like aspects, because this game does trade off certain aspects. If you're a Yakuza 0 fan, it's gonna be difficult when it comes to like how much time and attention to characters, because a very common criticism would be like, oh yeah, I like this character, but it kind of seemed like they just sidelined this character. It's like because your comparison is Yakuza 0 probably, or Kiwami 1 or 2, which only had basically one character. It's Kiryu. So they all have to, you compartmentalize the length of a singular character driven narrative, and Yakuza 0, which is 2 quite long ones, to a game that has to do 5. And rarely does production cost, length, and like time comes into play when you're making an emotional argument about characters being sidelined. That's an emotional critique. It's rarely pragmatic to say that when you don't have the perspective necessary to understand that there are 5 characters in the game, not 2 or 1. So every time, that's a really common occurrence in criticism. So it's not for a game. It's lessened if you played Yakuza 0 all the way to 4. The more Yakuza games, the more Like a Dragon games you play, the lower the barrier to liking this game when it comes to the content, the characters, the story, and whatnot. So this is the ultimate, in my opinion. So everything feeds into this, even after. Like, the stuff that happens here, you can see where they went after. It's so much of it is attached to what's after and what's before. In fact, in another 2 games, this game will sit right in the middle of what comes after and what comes before. So it's kind of like the bridge. It's the peak and then the refinement period. So people who have legacy will inevitably like this game in the sense that it tackles pretty much what RGG has been doing over like 10 years of development. It's kind of like the Elden Ring of FromSoft. What this is not for, like things that would detract. So if you like legacy, if you have a lot of legacy, plus for this. If you like variety, so you're just a variety person, like a good variety person would be, you like Wii Sports. Lots of variety. Like there's a not the greatest amount of depth. It's just the amount. If you like in fact, if you're a mobile gamer, you probably like this game too. in a sense. So you like pocket games. If you're an indie guy, someone that likes to bounce between like $5 and $10 indie games that have interesting concepts, but they want something that connects and motivate you to play all of them together, this is it. This is the gold standard. In fact, all the games after still features less than what's in this game. This is just all the mini games, open-mindedness. If you're typically, if you're open to variety, you're also open-minded most of the time. So you have to be very comfortable with multiculturalism or even orthodox culturalism, and compassion, empathy. If you're a very empathetic person, this is the game for you. You have to be really empathetic or compassionate in order to even get to like the state of mind that makes Haruka's chapter significant. I talked about it at length when we covered Haruka's chapter for the 3rd time in a row. It's difficult if you're some guy who is in a box, wants their game to be a certain way, only to pick a story that they can relate to. This is not the game for you, right? So I'm already starting to list all the trade-offs in the non-target audience. So clearly what's not, this game is not for, are people who are create attachments very early, even for legacy people. So yes, legacy lowers the amount to enjoy this game, but legacy is a double edge. It's not all about Kiryu. So it's not all about patriarchal men duking it out. In fact, those scenes kind of account for like 15 to 20% of the actual content in the game. So if you're a creature of habit, it's not for you. Definitely not for you. If you're prideful, principled, and you have selective taste, this game is not for you. It will throw you so hard that there's so many points of failure. Every time you reach a new part, you might stop playing the game. That's just, every time you reach a new mini game, a new side story, which is attached to each of the characters, or you see a new character, there's a chance you're going to stop playing the game. This is not a consistent game. So if you want consistent feel and coherence, not for you. And then we come to my personal opinion, right? I'm just gonna, because I'm getting close to the 30-minute mark. So my personal opinion is that this game is pretty much what I love about video games. It is so, I mean, like, I didn't play this when it came out. I didn't know RGG as like an entity or writing or people. I don't know the VAs back in the day. But this game represents, to me, why I quiver and am scared when the gaming industry gets defined by a single gold standard. And it's happening right now, and I'm really worried. But during this time, the standard was FromSoft. Like, if I like that stuff, certainly, right? Like, if you like something that trends so hard that it rippled and influenced so many things, I personally do not like that phrase for myself, because it means more of the same thing. It means reiteration of constantly the same stuff. They get better and bigger and stuff, absolutely. So for those who love them, I spent most of that time in the last maybe like decade watching people enjoy that stuff. So like me playing this game, I watched people enjoy and try to understand their perspective. And that's why I feel this game legitimately felt like it was pandering to me. It highlighted everything I liked. Like, I could sit there, fish for 6 hours, but you know what? That's the only... It's a task simplified to a point where it captures the essence of it, and then once you complete it, you move on to the next task. It's a task. It's a task and a collectathon, but the collectathon is simplified based on the task, not the other way around, where the task's length and value is dictated by how long the collecting phase is. And one thing I really want to highlight in this game as a legacy player, as a legacy Like a Dragon player, is that they actually turn down collectathons. So what I mean is, they gave you a task that is a summation of the tasks that you need to do to appreciate long enough the game. So instead of saying, do 20 different selective conditions with blackjack, they just simply put in the end of the process, right? Actually, they might have stripped it down a little too much for my taste. I like arbitrary like conditions that are interesting. It gives the developers a voice, right? In contrast to what certain other developers are against this. The counterpoint is, if you give a completion list and it lists what you need to do, right? Like, or things like fun things you need to do, it takes the creativity out of the player, right? Some developers would say like, oh, I don't want to tell you how to play the game. I'm the complete opposite. Like, I love being told how to think, how to play, challenged to play things, because if I sit down and choose how I'm going to play, I will effectively use pragmatism and pick the most efficient way to play. But a video game experience is trying to experience the vision of the creator. And in this way, I think that's one of the lower points in this game. While there's an incredible amount of variety and there's a lot of activities, I think one of the compromises they made was they lowered the threshold of a lot of the mini games and no particular specific task to do. Instead, they went for the outcome, the end process, which is incredibly appealing, and I can see why they did that. It might actually bring more people to the series, even though this is a really tough series. This is like the most gatekeeping series of peak RGG variety design. This is what I came to love about RGG prior to the Dragon Engine. And I feel Yakuza Like a Dragon is getting close back as they're like making more systems and lifting a lot of stuff. I want to say there's going to be like a Yakuza 5 light game in the future. As they begin to expand and take shape again. And then the Like a Dragon Gaiden series would serve as the people who want their Kiryu doing backflips, dancing, one-shotting, behaving like a super agent, and then doing somersaults, swimming while flying in the air and stuff. Fair enough. Or they're one character that can obliterate everyone and have all the tools to be Superman. That's probably Like a Dragon Gaiden. I mean, it's already happening. Gaiden will feature 2 styles for Kiryu. It just means they're expanding the streamlined system that they had in Dragon Engine, right? The lift. All for the style stuff was not completely lifted into the streamlined version of Yakuza 6, but now they're building up again. So you're gonna have the Kiryu that can do anything you want and be like, pretend like it's some action RPG again, like the modern action RPG where that character basically can do whatever you feel like or what you want the character to do because it's you're expressing yourself. Meanwhile, I really like to believe that Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, the mainline series, goes back to RPGs, the classic RPGs, the JRPGs, the computer RPGs, where all the characters are restricted by their role, as in they do certain things, and the idea is to make it work. You as the player have to understand how to play like those characters. And it goes without saying that is going to work possibly because thanks to the resurgence of RPG games, I think either Sega or RGG has a great vision now to understand that RPGs are back, as in not the RPG that was defined by FromSoft. The RPG now, I'm a little worried, defined by things like Dungeons and Dragons, especially Baldur's Gate, Larian Studios. Like the philosophy of binding yourself to a character, to a story. I mean, they still give you the flexibility of creating a character and stuff, whatnot, but I don't think the scope of these games are going to be able to manage that part. So I hope they, in my opinion, unapologetically embrace like Yakuza 5 again, where it's, if you don't like this character, that's probably, if you don't resonate with this character, that's probably the intent. If you're a male 25-year-old who likes seeing guys beat each other up, of course you're not going to relate to Haruka. And that's unapologetic. In fact, if the 25-year-old male who only relates to being physical and violence is their jam, if they relate to Haruka, I almost feel like that's unintended. You know, that's kind of what role-playing games are. And, or the old school role-playing games, pre-FromSoft era. And in a way, I like that it's coming back, but at the same time, I like to hope that it won't end up being the way where then the whole customize yourself kind of games are gone. Like, where like they are no longer attractive, so you won't have RPGs where you can create your own avatar, play and live out your dreams. Just for now, Yakuza 0 represents the closest thing you can be to being your own Kiryu. And it is a smash hit for a reason, because the gold standard was set by, unintentionally or intentionally, it's really the consumer when it comes to trends. So, and that didn't resonate with me. Like, I get on, play these video games, start up these video games to try to experience something that I don't normally experience. I am not arrogant and egotistical and prideful enough to want to play as myself or what I wish I would be as myself, which is, for most people when it comes to these games, is to be Superman. Like, just a guy who flippy dippy, do whatever they want, you know, the epitome of themselves. And that's why I strongly said this is not your target audience. Like, this game does not cater to those who want to build the perfect themselves. It's a game for people who want to live in the footsteps of many things, because they don't want to think about themselves most of the time. Like, it's boring if I project myself into a game. It's an adventure when a developer tells me a story and tells me the life, the city, the culture. And for the most part, Yakuza Like a Dragon has fulfilled those visions, continue to hold up that type of building philosophy. I also have to make a disclaimer, like, all this is in the context of the entire Kiryu saga, because I have played the entire Kiryu saga at the time of this reflection. So you will hear like a Dragon stuff and Yakuza 6 and Yakuza 0 type of framework. So this game, some part of me, so I'm gonna wrap it up and give it a review number, because people like review numbers, I suppose. It's a great starting point. There are some emotional, personal, like nitpicky stuff. It's bittersweet that this game's scope is so gigantic, because the trade-off is that often it feels incomplete. And when I mean by incomplete, I mean it in the most complimentary way possible. In opposite to what most modern gamers now are these days. Like I would say the vast majority of gamers would use the word incomplete as in, yeah, this game's doing too much. It feels not focused, and it feels like it's doing a lot of things, but they're just not doing it well enough. There's no depth in these things. That's, I would concede, is the modern market right now. I don't know if it's going to shift or anything, but I would say the vast majority of players, the first criticism was like, this story is all over the place. It's like 4 unrelated stories, and then suddenly in 4 different cities, and somehow they just like pigeonholed and try to string them all together, and then somehow weave this thing with so many plot holes. I understand. I absolutely understand. That's very reasonable for someone who is looking for a cohesive, character-driven novella that has to revolve around your favorite character. But to me, it's exactly the opposite. It's a slice of life game. It gives you windows to all different parts, and guess what? Life is filled with incomplete information. You go to Fukuoka for one day, what are you going to get? A fragmented impression of Fukuoka. And all at the same time, life is happenstance. 4 seemingly unrelated strangers could coincide by a grand event. For example, a tsunami, oh no, this is a bad example. Like, say a heat wave hits Japan. 4 or 5 seemingly unrelated people with their own things going on, and what they're doing will all feel that heat wave. Life has a way of normalizing grand events to coincidentally line up people. But what they did instead is they made the attempt to weave a crazy conspiracy theory or a conspiracy scheme to weave them all together, and that takes a lot of creative chops, and it worked really well. Not only did they were able to capture the crazy complexity of nuance and influence, they were able to do it with the appeal of slice of life happenstance everywhere. Like, that is the beauty of life, is that you go to Fukuoka and you have a character that is trying to adapt to a different culture there, different regional culture, and they have their own circumstance. And instead of using Kiryu as a vehicle to visit 5 cities, they decide, you know what? They just have 5 different characters. And then give their perspective. And because of that, I agree, but not in the same way as those other people, that the game feels incomplete. And it's what I said about Yakuza 4, Yakuza 3, and then 2 and 1 were different because they were reverse engineered, right? Engineered. They were remade. So what I'm going to say is the most bittersweet thing I can say about this is because this game is so gigantic in scope, it does have plot holes and not enough detail and like missing like just blatant things that are cut, and there's not enough of this and I want a lot of that. But it is the testament to how good this game is. it feels incomplete because it leaves you constantly desiring more. Like, the game's runtime, I would say for the casual person, 200 plus hours. Without a doubt, 200 plus hours. In fact, I clocked in at 165-ish because I spend other times to like do this effectively. I would say for an experienced person that played all the way up to now, starting at 0, probably 150 to 160. Games don't clock in that at those hours anymore. They don't have those scopes. Like, not even close. I think the average modern standard is like 40, 50. And in fact, I'll go even one deeper. You might be saying, oh yeah, but people who love the games will play for hours and hundreds of hours. I'm going to tell you now. You might play something that you love for that many hours. But the majority of a gamer who you're trying to attract as a first-time player, there's an upper limit to them. Like when someone says this game takes 200, 300 hours, it is largely on average a detraction from playing the game. And it raises a lot of stigma that happens a lot, which is, oh, it's a long game. Maybe it's haphazard. Maybe it's just a lot of collectathons, or it's bootstrapping, or it's backtracking. There must be some fluff in the game, like lots of fluff, and they're just milking it, like, you know, making you do repetitive work and whatnot. This game doesn't do that. It just genuinely doesn't do that. And it's so big that now I want it to be triple its length, because everything that sticked, which is pretty much everything for me, like even the stuff that makes me infuriated, you gotta check. It's around, like, when I was doing the completion stuff, ooh, there were like downs and ups. There was like some insane down and ups, and I wouldn't trade it for anything. I would want more of those experiences, longer. They could have made mini games off of all the mini games they have. It's crazy. And that's probably the most bittersweet thing. The game is so big, I won't ever see a game. Like, it's unreasonable to ask to release a game like this again and charge $60 for it. What is here in this game is like a live service game running for 10 years. That would be the most reasonable way to get to this point in this game. But what they did is they released 4 games before this. I don't believe, outside of the gold standard games that are guaranteed to be successful, like what I mean is lucrative enough, this type of opus magnum design, basically, we worked on this series for so long. Here is every possible thing we can put into this game that we have generated. What was the last game that this happened? Elden Ring. It comes by once every 10 to 20 years. And this is the game. This is RGG's 10 to 20 years. But the one thing that separates this from the other game is they did this without trending. They did this not being the gold standard. And that is incredibly brave. It makes me so easy to recommend this game, simply because to challenge people to understand what it took to make a game like this possible. You know, nowadays the cynicism falls in, the pro-business. If you're a business, you can't possibly make things out of genuine passion. Well, I can sell you Yakuza 5, because this game, it is not popular ever up to this point in its history, and they still did it. They still continue to go up with its limited, like, pull, limited reach, limited money, and it's a game of passion. It's a series that's completely fueled by passion, and you got to thank Sega for also willing to publish it as well. It's unapologetic. Like, you can't just sit, and it still doesn't stop people from applying modern standards commentary to this game. Like, there are still people who say like superficial things that I would say is completely unjustified, where they would say, oh yeah, this remaster is just a cash grab, like, because, you know, they stripped this and that and this and that. It's like, what are you even comparing this to? I echo what I just said. Developers don't make games like this anymore. They might make a game like this like every 10 or 15 years after they spend 10 or 15 years making games like this. So to say that this game has probably been around longer, or the concept of this game and development of this game have been longer than most gamers have been alive to appreciate the idea of having an opus magnum. It's like a life's work. It's like a whole crew's life's work. And I'm like going really on, but let's just say I absolutely love this game. Personally, it panders to me, but this was before my time, as in I was not here for this to happen. I have no impact on RGG's perspective at all, but it's one of those things, you play the game and it feels like they get you by coincidence, right? The things that do not engage me anymore about the modern standard of gaming, just my personal preference, like, sorry Souls lovers and FromSoft games, and the whole like give the player all the choices they have so they can always play the way they want. I'm not that guy. I would say I'm more of an intellectual that likes to explore something that I don't understand. I don't know about myself. I have not felt about myself. I want to be educated. I want to learn about myself or about some world or thing. And I go back, it's not a bad or a good thing, because if you're playing video games to feel good and remind yourself that you're a competent person, many of those games are incredibly attractive and they're the trending standard. Like, this is a game that won't make people feel happy all the time, won't make people be sad or happy or everything works out. No, they don't. And then it has subject matter that is true to life. Just, you can't like all the characters. All the characters can't be redeemable people. You deal with teenage angst and scamming and stuff. It's a slice of life. And life doesn't always make you feel happy. In fact, it's very healthy not to always have happy things occur in your life. It's pandering to me so well, but it is not popular right now for the time being. I don't know if paradigm will shift at all in terms of gaming preferences. So for me, I hope they continue to do this. At the expense of success, I suppose, because this game is made possible due to the passion and the trust that the developers have and the publishers have. It's basically what indie games are. Indie games are just the developers trying to self-publish themselves, and they have all to gain and non-regretful losses. As in, here's what we're doing, whether you like it or not, here's our experience. We're not obeying any standard. I mean, there are indies who take that perspective where you try to mimic the modern standard and stuff to get a home. That's absolutely pragmatic. It's great business move. It's incredibly objective. Video games are a time when I could truly be subjective as much as I can. I want to be angry and sad and happy and whatnot. I want to live a different life. Weirdly enough, that used to be what millennials like me, I suppose, like my generation, would say about video games. It's a great way to escape, right? But where I'm not escaping from not wanting to be myself, I'm escaping to learn things to add to myself. Video games nowadays have become a point of coping. You're escaping, but inherently, you're escaping just the bad feelings. When you're playing a video game, you literally project yourself on what you desire to be, and those games are serving that purpose. So those games are literally designed to pander to you. And that's a weird feeling or a weird sensation. So you're telling, like, I have this dialogue quite often. I would love to see someone convince themselves or give me a really approachable, educate me in understanding how, if you're using video games to cope and you peddle this idea of, yeah, I use video games to escape real life, then why are you trying so hard to play a video game that allows you to be what you want to be? To me, that is the second closest thing to being yourself in a video game. Like, so if, say, a video game is a competitive game, right? And you ultimately found out you're not good enough to be top 10. That only reminds you about yourself and how bad it feels to not be good enough. Like, what I mean is it's secondary to, like, it's only second to literally being yourself in real life. So you play competitive video games, right? It becomes your life because it happens because you're playing a game by being yourself. Video games are allowing you to be yourself. What comes with a double edge? It makes you feel great, but when it doesn't feel great, it feels just as awful too. For me, I feel bad for the characters. I feel good for the characters. But at the end of the day, I've learned something that the developers have tried to communicate through their work. And at the end of the day, I still have myself. So when I leave the game, I'm enriched with stories I can take, lessons I can learn, mechanics I can take into my life. Modern standard, you're basically practicing everything you're good at in life already. And when you're only practicing the things you're good at in life or desire or like, you minimally learn about your life. You just learn very little. You just pigeon yourself into a box. And what I'm saying this out of the concern that when you enter that type of mindset, you become less creative. You become very restricted. You become very good at what you already know you do, right? You get very good at that. You get very good at making yourself happy for the things you bought the video games for. But you learn nothing else about yourself. You no longer can relate to Haruka. You no longer can even try to relate to Haruka. Sure, you're 18-year-old guy, right? And she's 16-year-old girl, but you stop trying. So your compassion goes down, your tolerance goes down, you get really good at something. But this game is the opposite. It's the thing where, like, you get different perspectives. Whether you like it or not, you get different perspectives. And that's fantastic. You can learn what perspectives you don't like and what perspectives you do like. And I hope these games continue to happen. I hope Like a Dragon, RGG Studios get showered with at least the ability to do so. They don't have to be successful. Like, what I mean is, I'm not wishing that they should supplant and take accolades from all the other games. I hope there's a place in gaming history, in gaming development, that enables publishers and developers to be creative without pandering to gamers. Because pandering to gamers mean that you can hit home runs, but you can get crucified by emotional baggage. So not only can you rise really fast, you also fall really fast. You do not build loyalty or trust. You build addiction and withdrawal. So the moment that product, and you get stunted creativity, obviously, because your audience is dictating what you make. And I don't think RGG has ever done that yet. Some of the subject matters and stuff are reflective of its time, but that's because it's literally modern society. So it might seem like it's pandering to me. Like, for instance, this game might seem like it's pandering to me, but it's a coincidence, which is so good. It's so rewarding. But I hope the next game doesn't pander to me. It just does something that I really dislike, or I wasn't getting used to, or something I love even more than this. That's the essence of gaming. A creating group, RGG, I hope they will continue to always get the backing, the monetary backing, to constantly challenge my perspective of what a game story, a game world, cultures and stuff can be that I am not aware of. So if you're that type of gamer that I'm describing myself, the Like a Dragon series is by far one of the most impressionable series I can think of. It doesn't do the same thing all the time. You get comfortable with something and it just gets demolished. That's it. That's life. You get to see living, like, not necessarily living, but you get to see realistic fiction in a slice of life format. I don't want to play the same game again. And I can already tell you, I played Yakuza 6, I played Yakuza 0, and I played Yakuza Like a Dragon. They are not the same as Yakuza 5, and that is absolutely fantastic. I don't want my Dark Souls 1 to be like Dark Souls 2, to be like Dark Souls 3, with bells and whistles. I want Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth to be just way out there from like a Yakuza Like a Dragon. Make all the jobs mini games, for all that matter. That's actually my punchline for my review on Yakuza Like a Dragon, but that's coming up later. I want this. I want to be just constantly surprised every single time. Like, what's gonna happen next? I have no idea. It's like, does that make sense? Who cares? Does life always make sense? No. In fact, I actually think one slight digression as a final, like, closing remark. Trying to make life always make sense is a recipe for disaster. It's a reality of dissonance for one's lifetime. If you have omniscient knowledge, perhaps you can strive to always make sense of life. But you cannot. You do not have omniscient knowledge. The internet may make you feel that way because the internet has information. But the last time I checked, when someone tried to digest omniscient knowledge, they become nihilistic. As in, why bother? This is going to happen. Why bother? They become inactive, passive, uncreative, like non-creative, unmotivated, So humans, it's the human condition. There's a balance between not knowing and therefore trust and belief can be established. And knowing things, which objectivity and improvement can help. RGG, SEGA, you know, please keep doing this. You know? This series has changed my life, man. Being a completionist for all the I love how much it's changed my perspective. That's wonderful. Kiryu's dream being a father, Saijima's dream freedom from his demons, Haruka's dream being an idol, Akiyama's dream of being a hero, and Shinana being a famous baseball player. I think I would even top on Shinana's thing. He wants a home. Shinana just wanted a home. Somewhere people wanted him to be there. Because he spent most of his time being shunted and like diminished. And when he shed that last tear in this game scene, and then Tatsuki called him, he had a home. He finally has a home. Like the one devastating moment when he broke down was he realized that the one place he got used to, the one place he finally got used to, he found out that everyone was lying to him. And that crushed him. And it's incredible. I mean, like, obviously they wrote it in his way. He was resilient enough to just go forth. That would destroy people's realities. Like, it would just wreck them. But Shinada, man, he is a goat to deal with that. But yeah, he wanted to feel welcome and loved, and that is involved in becoming, you know, a baseball player and inspiring dreams and stuff. And it's great. I hope Like a Dragon Alien takes this route. Ichiban dreams to become a hero for the world. Everything. I actually hope that they make a Yakuza 0 Like a Dragon game. So Yakuza Like a Dragon becomes Yakuza 0. As in, both characters have interweaving stories. Both characters go out to explore their different supporting characters cast in their realities. And it can bounce anywhere. Just bounce between Japan and Hawaii for as long as you want. I hope it's big, it's scatterbrained, it has lots of themes going on, because life is filled with these moments. When you visit a country, when you like go somewhere, you only get bits and pieces of everyone's stories. It's what makes life rich. And I want that. As much as I love getting attached to a single character, there just isn't enough of this stuff, in my opinion. There's plenty of those other ones, like go play Last of Us. Naughty Dog is so good at producing a very cohesive narrative following characters. Go watch a movie. A lot of modern movies, like standard movies, do that. Generally, it's reserved for TV shows and stuff that have longer seasons that can produce an experience like this. And they do it in a game. Like, this isn't even a live service game. Live service games are probably closer and more flexible to creating like a slice of life feel, because you can keep adding little things over time. And I still feel RGG has the closest of what makes live service games popular, but in the package of a really long, big projects. And right now, Baldur's Gate 3 and Larian Studios, to me, is doing what RGG did with Yakuza 10 years before. This game is it. And now we'll wait for another 10 years, maybe, you know. I won't probably say it's Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, but it could be a Yakuza 4. And then Like a Dragon 9, right? Get even closer to Yakuza 5. And then you hit Like a Dragon 10. It's everything post Dragon Engine put together. Just slam it all together. The thing I think most Yakuza fans don't get, and I'm one of the few that think this way, is most Yakuza fans say Kiryu needs rest, right? He would if he found a way to get back to Haga as well. I will go one further. And this feeds into the question people ask me quite a lot as someone who played, even have investment in the culture, game design, and like the business model of game development. Kiryu, this is a game following someone's life. You don't rest in life. Like, you can take a vacation, you can sleep, but the rest that most people are talking about is of a character that's acting as a game mechanic, like a plot device. Like, let Kiryu rest. When the game continues, when Ichiban continues, Kiryu is still alive during those process. You can choose not to know and pretend like he doesn't exist, but he is persistently existing. That's what slice of life is. That's what world building is. The characters don't just magically disappear, and if you think they disappear, then you are not a person who should be playing these games, in my opinion. Like, there are other games where the characters literally disappear, out of sight, out of mind. Fantastic. Every time I play a game and it's 3 years later, what's happening to Kiryu? What's happening to every character that these times have passed? Like, they don't just evaporate because I don't see them. That is, to me, the difference between someone who embraces RGG storytelling and someone who doesn't. So I'm not saying they're not Yakuza fans. There are different types of Yakuza fans, and I've tried to consistently speak what type of fan I am. Whenever someone asks me what is the best Yakuza game, all of them. It's one game. It's a franchise. It's a series. Every time you play another game, it elevates every other game. If you're a mechanics person and you're a video gamer for video game sense, yeah, sure, go pick your favorite one. You probably pick Yakuza 0 because it has the most mechanics in the game. But no, it's none of them. The best Yakuza game, or the best Like a Dragon game, is all of them. If you go back to play Kiwami 1, it's still bolstered by every single Yakuza game. You can't divorce yourself from the game. The guy has to walk forever. Kiryu, you want the moment you want these characters to die, to disappear, is the moment you stop playing video games. It's kind of like saying, hey, I got this great friend. His name is Kiryu, right? And I'm over him. So I hope he disappears from the world because I don't care about him anymore. If you know what I mean. No, it's still not ending. I still think that's not. It's still a dissonance. Kiryu needs rest means you want to help your friend take a rest. But guess what? That's still living in an experience. Like, they want closure for Kiryu. They want emotional and almost ignorant closure. As in, okay, Kiryu finally has a happy life and he's at an orphanage, running an orphanage at Okinawa. That's great. Like, he lives the rest of his life there. It's like, well, he doesn't live the rest of his life there. He'll continue to live as long as he's still alive. So if he's 60, right? He's approaching 60. The closure in a life game is dying. and leaving a legacy. If you're asking that it even depends on specifically how his life ends, it ends with death. That is what happens to people who fictional characters that become living beings in a game. You could say how he ends, certainly, like, sure, you can talk about how will they end his life, fair enough. But letting him rest means he dies. Just like life in general. Honestly, I really think Gaiden is just trying to build up Kiryu getting back to Haruka. Yeah, I mean, we'll find out soon enough. To me, it's different when a character becomes living and breathing. It's like watching 10 seasons of a show. Those characters will continue to persist, and when the show ends, you always just wonder what happens before they die. Like, what do they do until they die? That's the essence. And yeah, Kiryu can disappear from your life, sort of, but if you're really a fan, right? If you're a real fan of a character and you become attached to them, every time you play another game, how can you not think about what's happening with that character, right? So yeah, sure, you want that closure so that he's out of sight, out of mind, but I don't necessarily think that's how that's gonna work out. Emotionally, you're always gonna be asking yourself, yeah, what would be Kiryu doing right now? And that's great, in my opinion. And there's gonna be another Gaiden trailer tomorrow. Yep. Yep. I'll probably talk about it as I conclude Yakuza Like a Dragon, because we're kind of like at the tail end of Yakuza Like a Dragon too. Alright, so slight digression and all that stuff. There are different Yakuza fans. I already covered what the target audience of new people are, and then what is not targeting, both including the type of Yakuza fans. I'll give it a rating, and without any reservation, this game's a 10 out of 10. It's absolutely 10 out of 10. It's peak pre-Dragon. It's peak pre-Dragon Engine RGG. It's where RGG wants to get back to, provided that there's not enough pushback or executive pressure with direction, and not like barring gold standard paradigm shifting games that dictate where they have to go. This is where they're trying to get back to with the Dragon Engine. This game, 10 out of 10. And in fact, I might say it's a bigger 10 than what I said about the Yakuza 0. Yakuza 0 is a modern standard soft 10. This is 10 unapologetically, untethered by modern standards and like what you have to make a game in. This is just creativity untethered. And thank you, SEGA, for helping publish and fund this. Easy 10 for me. And we'll wrap that moment. Okay. And I was looping Victory Road because so good track. It brings so much energy and just all the good stuff. I'm so excited, man. I'm getting up early for that. I have to do something tomorrow, so I don't know when it's gonna be. Well, I look forward to seeing it. I'm not all in due time, you know. Life is kind of long, so long enough to accommodate that. So I'll look forward to seeing what they tease in Like a Dragon Gaiden. You didn't like 4, and don't get me wrong on all that. I love all of them, but plot-wise for the 4, that's baggage Sorry, I don't know what to tell you about that. Yeah, that sounds like a very uncultured thing. But when uncultured not being bad or good, it's just something you're not used to. So when it comes to that, I can't really tell you. It makes sense. It's a very common statement about the rubber bullet twist. Was it a twist? It wasn't to me, so I can't even empathize with that. Unless you have a background in cop drama and like organized crime novellas and like storytelling and whatnot, it wouldn't be as discomforting. So that's fair if you dislike something because like if you dislike something less, or no, sorry, that's double negative. You like something less. That's fair. Again, I don't distinguish between personally, I can't really share the same feelings because I don't think of Yakuza 4 as standing alone without all the other things. In fact, I can't wait till they bring the rubber bullets back. I just see it. There's going to be a joke or like some sort of nod to the rubber bullets. It's a living game. You know, I don't like 4. We didn't really get to see Yasuko as a character. So again, you're repeating the same type of emotional responses that you shared before, and that's fair. But that's you projecting your personal emotions. Yasuko, you don't know. You didn't get to see a lot in 4, but we don't know how much we're gonna see, period, of Yasuko. So like, what happens in the future, what happens in the past, it's a creative process. Like, is this the last time we're gonna see Yasuko? I have no idea. You shared all you shared all this before. So in Yakuza 4 when you talked about it, and that's fair. But because you keep talking about it, you don't gain new information. And you're just reinforcing and convincing yourself. Like, it sounds like you're trying to convince yourself that that's the case. I don't know. I think the rubber bullet twist is pretty funny. It's out of the box. It's very RGG-like. Yasuko's character, she's a supporting character. She's a female character in a patriarchal society. It checks out that she would get sidelined. Like, it's the world. Like, it's great that you feel that empathy, though, for a female character. That's kind of like a really deep cut into, like, modern writing and whatnot. So, I look forward to seeing what they do with future female characters in a game. But I don't think there's enough perspective in there. So, the statements you're saying, to me, I can't like, share the same feelings. I can understand from if a person is not used to understanding Japanese culture and the time of its writing and the context of the style. So like that would make sense. Well, so I'm not saying you're saying anything wrong. I'm trying to describe to you how I cannot agree with you with what you're saying. And just saying means that you're entitled to saying it. Saying that your opinion can be wrong or right would give me the impression that you think there are right and wrong opinions. which I don't think there are right or wrong opinions. Just like if you're expressing opinions and you say you like to just say what you think about and try to understand other people and like allowing yourself to but yet you're concerned with being wrong or right about an opinion, that sounds like to me it's not, I'm not doing anything. Like I can't actually do anything about how you feel about that, because you just told me that you think there are right and wrong opinions, but then you're telling me you're expressing your opinions but you like other people's opinions. I don't know how to process that. I think you have fair reason to be upset about or to be not satisfied with Yakuza 4. And I'm telling you I can't relate to you. That's all. That's all I can say. And I'm trying to explain to you how I interpret your opinion, which is the idea that you probably thought the twist was very outlandish, like it was way outside your field of scope, so it becomes very jarring. It's hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe the rubber bullet twist. And then you wanted all the story. I would love to see more Yashko, for sure. I'm not entirely sure what more things she would be able to get, which would be cool. And there's still a chance that there are going to be like other games that will take place before, you know, like Yakuza 0.2 or something. And I still hold out for creative freedoms for like filling in other supporting characters. That, like Park's son, I want to see during Yashko was still around when Park's son was still around, and both of them have one has relations with an early young Majima, and one was around when Saejima was in prison. So there's a lot of opportunities for more Yashko stuff. Possibly. I don't really know where they're going. But yeah, you don't have to worry about being right or wrong and about opinion. I just am stating what I think I could try to relate to you. The rubber bullet thing I found, to me when it happened, it's like, it's so RGG. It's so crazy. So, when I say that, I know why most people wouldn't like it. Actually, you're the majority, I would say. A lot of Yakuza fans would point to the rubber bullet twist as one of the low points in one of their low points in RGG. Actually, this game has a lot of low points too. All of Haruka's chapter is low points for a lot of Yakuza fans. Like easily, Haruka's portion is the low point. So they have that similar lack of normalization that you have with plot twists. So that the rubber bullet was funny because honestly, I was expecting something more wild because it's RGG. But and then the Haruka thing, that was pretty normal for me because I'm an otaku. So I understand, I'm really familiar with industry, like entertainment industry in Japan, especially when it comes to female artists and female singers. But for people who are not familiar with it, it's like they didn't like it. The things I don't like, I like the game because there are things I don't like about the game. Like, what's a good example? I feel uncomfortable about Shinada's lifestyle a lot. Like, yes, Shinada got the rug pulled out of him and it has a really tough life and all that stuff. but he doesn't necessarily had a learning lesson where he tries to not have that life. And in a way, I don't like his character's lack of motivation to do that, but it's because I don't like that character's motivation that makes Shinada a great character. Because he is behaving in a way that I can't appreciate. So to dislike something doesn't make doesn't diminish, in my opinion, doesn't necessarily diminish a product for me. And it seems like it does for you. One part that I don't like, oh, here's one. I don't like inherently Ryuji Goda's character. Like his take on life, his prideful arrogance and whatnot. But because I don't like him and I can't relate to him, he sticks out in Kiwami 2. Or yes, he sticks out in Kiwami 2. So he's like the thing I remember about Kiwami 2. I absolutely love Park. Park is fantastic. And I think Park, if I had to take a shot in the dark, Park over Yashiko when it comes to the development cycle of a character. Because Park produces contrast with everything that people want. Yashiko is more of the character that doesn't conflict with the trends and the aspects of female characters in the Japanese culture. Park does a pushback. Park is a pushback character, someone that challenges the stuff, so it creates more challenges. It's reflective of things that could happen. And also Parks is kind of a tiger mom, and that is close to home for me. So I've normalized things like that. If you're not normalizing, if you don't have like a background or life that's can resonate with Park, it can be very discomforting. Just like the bullet twist and Yashiko not having more character time because you like Yashiko. You can see yourself relating to Yashiko, so you want more time with that. Yes, that's what I mean about that. Yeah, Majima marries Park's son after the events of Yakuza 0. In fact, Majima, according to what this game is suggesting, Majima had a child with Park's son, but she aborted it. And like what's her name? Makoto? I've got her last name. But like Yakuza 0's Makoto, he had to give her up because he was part of the Tojo clan. So that whole like cars scene where Parks was driving and describing her ex-husband, I think all of that is supposed to ascribe to Majima. So when eventually he said that after she aborted the child, Majima probably told her like, I can't get in the way of your dream. But there's a double meaning to that, because Majima is climbing Tojo, so he will become collateral. Like she may become collateral to him being part of the Tojo clan. So it goes really deep. And then if Yakuza like 0.5 happens, Majima, Park's son, and Katsuya must return. Because Katsuya in this game is involved in the relationship between Majima and Park's son. Yes, And Majima also did at one point hit Park. Yes, exactly. There's like a lot of things. And at the same time, that's also the same time frame that Yashiko is trying to deal with the events that happened to Saejima. Like, she's still dealing with that. And here's even more. Wait. Here's even more. Yakuza 0.5, Akiyama has recently grown up to be a bank star who he is dating someone, Eddie, that looks like Yashiko at the moment when all that is happening. So like Park-sun, Katya, and Majima, all that stuff is happening when Akiyama was dating someone that looks like Yashiko, and he's gonna get like pinned and lose his he drives into a wheel of madness trying to prove that he didn't screw up. All that stuff is still happening. So you can have a Yakuza 0.5. It's possible. So I wouldn't rule out that any character in this game would not eventually could potentially make a return in the game, because all these characters have to live a certain amount of period. Either they're dead or they have some role to fill, and they have to keep all this stuff straight all the time because they didn't get along. And I think getting rid of the child, yeah, well, here's the thing. There are a lot of things working against them. Park-sun values her career a lot at the time. Remember, she said how she sacrificed pretty much everything to realize her dream. But at the same time, Majima also must be aware that there's a repeat of Makoto. Right? Like, if Majima is just recently recovering from the baggage of what it's like to have someone he loves be involved in Tojo business, what did he do? He gave up Makoto. And it's only until way after Park-sun. Okay, here's another really big deep cut. The only reason, in my opinion, one of the biggest reasons why he found closure, and they wrote in closure in Kiwami 2 to make Majima have closure, to say goodbye to Makoto, right? Makoto goes to the US, right? Gone. But in between that period, he suffered the loss of Park-sun. Like, what I mean by that is she didn't die yet, right? Park-sun's still alive, goes all the way like a couple years, like 7 years into the future in this game. But he lost Park-sun somewhere in there. Like, they broke up and he can't have him. So it might have impacted his ability, and he wanted to find closure. Like, it can motivate him to find closure with Makoto, because he both abandoned his wife then after Makoto. So Park-sun has to be someone even more incredible than Makoto. And Makoto was already incredible. Like, he really loved her, and he gave her up and then became Majima, the mad dog of Shimano, right? But somehow he managed to get married again. Or like, he got married for the first time after that painful breakup. And then he broke up again. So then he might have gone back and say, you know what? I need to find closure. Like, it's so good, There's so many like, if you do Yakuza 0.5, every character has another thing. Don't forget, Arakawa. Everything in Yakuza Like a Dragon is within the time frame of Yakuza after Yakuza 0, and even during Yakuza 0. Masumi Arakawa existed. We're gonna throw even more back. Don't forget that all the aftermath of Tachibana's stuff. Unfortunately, he didn't make it, and so did what's his name, Oda. But there's just so many more things that could happen, and it'd be so great. Like if they're doing a 0.5, they could even flash back to all those characters. We really don't know a lot about Shintaro Kazuma, right? Kiryu Kazuma's father figure, right? No parents before they died, except like maybe Yumi. Yumi's the closest thing with a parent that died, right? And you have all the flashbacks of, don't forget, in Yakuza 6, Hirose belongs to the previous generation. So Hirose, everything, like, they all have timelines. They're all human beings with timelines. So if you take the person's age and you extend and try to fill in the events, and you have all the characters stacked on each other, all of them will have some overlapping time points. So like a Mad Dog, Gaiden, the man who lost his way, dude. It would be like a, what would we call it? Like a Gaiden 0? Like a Gaiden 0? The Mad Dog who lost his way? Oh, there it is. Just make like a Gaiden 0. I would love to see Majima be like a front runner again, but Majima must be supported by a cast of supporting characters, and they already have it. It's already established in this game. Up to Yakuza 5, Majima already has an entire supporting cast. Katsuya in this game is amazing. He's a man of principle. He has intrigue. He's Akiyama's rival. Like, Katsuya would be an Akiyama replacement in Like a Dragon Gaiden 0, right? Because Katsuya and Akiyama are paired up all the time in this game. And you can have Watase. Like, we have to remember that Majima is in Kansai. So during this time, he spent most of his time in Kansai, in Osaka. So you take all the Osaka characters. And you gotta include Watase and Katsuya. And both of their voice actors are probably around, because Watase's voice actor returned for Like a Dragon. I was still kind of surprised that Katsuya's character didn't come back. But, and big hint though. The ending of Yakuza Like a Dragon moved all of Kiryu's legacy characters to Osaka. So Osaka will probably be at least a pivotal point of all those returning characters. So it's not out of the question that you could see a Sotenbori centered game as opposed to Kamurocho, and it'd be a Majima centric game. That can be very possible, because during Majima's early life, he's from Osaka. He's Kansai. He's from Kansai. And Yashiko is from Kansai. So, like, they eventually moved to Tokyo, like, to Kamurocho. So it's all possible. I just feel like there's no end to their game. I feel like RG really needs to do this. This doesn't feel like a one-time. I really think so. Like, they have so much to work with. This is a franchise that is a labor of love, but it's like a book series. I'm not sure if you are a reader of books. I listen to a lot of books, and it's like a long, ongoing book series. There's genuinely always open for creative expansion of a book series anywhere in the timeline. It's like reading an autobiography and just finding out new information about the people. And it changes perspectives and all that. And they made it possible They demonstrate that they can go back in time. They made it they demonstrated that you can have a game that suddenly leaps back. So more RGG. I am all for RGG Summit. Like, I think they're gonna be, in fact, I would not be opposed to having multiple RGG like dev groups that are like focused on specific aspects of the universe, and also maybe even Like a Dragon games that aren't focused on organized crime. I'm just saying, they have all the abilities to produce a game that isn't dealing with organized crime. I mean, Judgment series, anyone? I mean, it still deals with organized crime, but the perspective is shifting from that. You can do so much more. Like, professional sports? I don't know. I'm not sure if I told you, but there's a Yakuza speedrunner named. It was his birthday and he did. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. There's a chance I've already seen some things from a speedrunner. But yeah, speedrunning Yakuza Like a Dragon, huh? I can see how that would work. Oh yeah, I could totally see how that would work. Yakuza Like a Dragon has mechanics in it for speedrunning, actually, in an RPG setting. Anyways, that's great to talk. I like to talk at the end of a great game. Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I like it when I think you clearly like Yakuza and Like a Dragon in a manner that it's always worth expressing your opinion, in my opinion. So I'm not going to say that you should try this with everyone else. So for this, I say you have no problems with expressing any of your dismays. Like, actually, this is my approach to most video games. I get so deep that sometimes you should say anything you want, because like that's kind of the experience. Games should make people angry, dislike, and like all at the same time. Like, we need to have different experiences in order for, in my opinion, to have discussions about a game. If a game is pandering to a group, usually the entire group feels the same way. So like, did you like Haruka's section? If you don't, I want to hear and talk about that, because I want to know what it's like to not like Haruka's section. I loved Haruka's section, but that's only because I have a little stint with Japanese like entertainment industry. So that's kind of great. I'm not here to review a game where like everyone loves this part, or everyone feels the same way about this part. Like this is kind of one of the things. Like oh, this game is made to be hard, and then the only discussion they have is, oh yeah, this game's really hard. And then the one guy that comes out and says, I think this game's easy, they just gatekeep the heck out of that person, and that person will never return. Or they'll try really hard to gaslight that person and say, no, this game's hard. You're just a weirdo. I don't think talking about Like a Dragon really does that too often, because there's so many details that are missing in a person's life that you can brainstorm for days where they would go. Am I the one of the people that loves to know about it every day, and I love to touch on characters back? What do you like about how is that it explains the idol industry, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in Japan, when girls become idols, they aren't allowed to date anyone, correct? That's the standard. That's an industry thing, yeah. At least that's what the agencies want them to do. They fire her. Or they sideline her, actually. Generally they sideline her, but usually fire them. The public decorum is incredibly stringent in Japan. Actually, if you're curious, if you like Haruka's storyline, right, like that idea, the anime I No Koi that has 1 season so far does that, but it's a bit more wholesome take on it. So there, it's less like dire and whatnot. It's got a very nice balance of happy and sad. If you haven't seen that again. Yeah. So it's tough. It's really being a public figure in Japan in general. It's hard to emphasize how much more stringent and intolerable a face culture is. So if you grew up in a face culture, tolerance is incredibly low. And because of that tolerance and fear, decorum is maintained. So it's far more consistent in public decorum. So like when you're in public in a face culture, which includes Japan, it also includes China and Chinese people, which I am affiliated with, right? My parents are Chinese. They, when you come from a face culture, there is very little to no tolerance when it comes to behaving well in public eye. So that involves any position of public exposure, and that bleeds into all the sacrifices they have to make to maintain that. So it's tough. And then what's even worse is that idols are young, right? They're much younger in general, and it's difficult. And for me, I grew up in a mixed culture, and the one side culture that I embrace is to be forgiving to youth, because younger people, it's very hard to maintain a public status while balancing all the real life stuff that you're still developing, right? Like 16-year-old, that idols usually start at 16 at the earliest age possible because they want the longest career. They know that career is finite. A lot of times the first realization is that there's a time limit on being an idol, and that time limit creates that constraint. So they start really early, as soon as possible, and they juggle a lot of things at the same time. But to me, I grew up in American culture. I'm a Chinese person who grew up in American culture. You kind of normalize being able to be forgiving to younger people, because we want to love our kids. We want to give them opportunities, allow them to make mistakes, or maybe allow them the flexibility of feeling like they can have control without the constant looming fear of just so many things they have to fulfill before they even know the significance of it. And that's why, to me, Haruka's chapter is incredible. Like, it's incredible to the idea that they didn't really try to make it... it's very Japanese. And the downside to that also is they were unapologetic about it. So when anyone like me, right, like if someone is American or Western, they would find Haruka's chapter very unrelatable, not important, not heavy, and doesn't carry a lot of weight. What Haruka did in this game is just as life shattering as Shinada. Like Shinada's whole like dream base, that's largely why they paired Haruka and Shinada's scenes together, I'm pretty sure. It's two sides of a coin. What Haruka had to deal with is inconceivably hard and heavy when she announced, like that announcement, when she revealed that she sees Kazuma Kiryu as a father. That is probably the most easily one of the scariest things that can happen to a public figure that is young in Japan. The revealing of something that the public can't possibly accept or be willing to accept or even negotiate. So it would fall flat if it was coming from like an American culture, right? In American culture, there's an emphasis on forgiveness or letting people make mistakes and learning from them and growing from them, even if it involves the public, right? So it's a very contentious point. In a sense, like if you take a Western audience, you would say, oh, that's no big deal, like whatever, like Haruka can't make friends, like you know, oh, needing to perform, like why is Park Sun so over the top about her dreams and stuff, like, but Park Sun made it heavier too. She aborted a child. She gave up pursuing and trying to stay closer to her husband. She gave up a lot of things. She became an estranged daughter from, or a estranged family member from all her family members to pursue the dream. It's incredibly heavy. Like, however, all of that may feel trivial to someone who doesn't live in that culture. And that's the great part, in my opinion. It's the fantastic part about this game. It's unapologetic. As in, they didn't culture wash the content. Like, what I mean is, they deliberately pick topics that are accurate or accurate enough to their perspective. They didn't change the aspect. Instead, they pick things that they're willing to show, not change them. Even though they want to show them, they're going to change it so that it's better. Like, idols are not an American thing, really. Like, that type of idol aspect, that's just not a thing. The closest thing you can get is like a child star, maybe like a child star celebrity. And that would be like, I don't know, a story about Britney Spears or something. Or maybe like a Mickey Mouse Club thing. And those situations, oh, there are different heavies and not heavies, but it's not a Japan thing. So they could have made that type of adjustment, but they didn't, because they're true to Japan, and that's great, in my opinion. It's also why it's criticized the most. It's gonna be really interesting to see how Like a Dragon will show. Yeah, I really am looking forward to it. It's my favorite thing. Like, I want to see it from a Japanese lens. I want to see Ichiban feel weird and not interact appropriately. Like, you know, like, I want to see the Japanese characters having to deal or interact with American culture. Like, for example, what does a Japanese person feel when they like accidentally do something embarrassing, you know, like outside? These are some of the slight mannerisms that I would love to see, where they introduce a Japanese American character, right? And that character is always apologetic. They constantly say sorry. It's like, my bad. It's like, oops, sorry. And then whenever the main character, like Ichiban and stuff, like embarrass themselves, like, oh, don't worry about it, I do it all the time, kind of thing. That's a mannerism that Japanese people do not use. Like, they do not do that. you try to be appropriate. You try to be consistently like well-mannered and whatnot. But I'm looking for characters and mannerisms like goofing off, making reckless decisions, deliberately embarrassing oneself, being arrogant and egotistical but lovable at the same time. There are like lots of tiny mannerisms, and I can't wait to see how they get that feeling. Like the way I'm talking about Yakuza, it's not the way a Japanese person would talk about this series, in my opinion. And I would love to see that version of what they think. Like, because I can never be a Japanese person interacting with Hawaiian, like, just Americans in general. I can never be that. So I want to see what it looks like. I can't just go up to a Japanese person and say, hey, can you visit Hawaii and then just like document all your interactions with... I do watch YouTube content creators that visit other countries though, and how they interact. But the thing about that is they are influencers. So they are recording for the intent of creating content, right? And that destroys it doesn't destroy the earnestness. It just makes it different. It's no longer like a life interaction with people. So what goes behind the camera is different than go in front of the camera. I can't wait to see what RGG does. I feel, and someone said this earlier, I hope it doesn't prevent them from doing what they have to do, like want to do. Like when games bridge cultures, politics can come into it. But I would say if there is a country, this is for better or for worse. It's actually a lot of times for worse. Like people don't create more resistance, but for better or for worse, I feel the United States is probably the most open to a depiction of them from a different country's perspective. Like debatably, very debatably. But it's also the reason why there are stigmas and stereotypes, and they're far more the topic of either ridicule, criticism, or just commentary. So I think RGG might have done a great foresight to invest in trying to bridge in American culture. And I say in American culture because there are a lot of regional American cultures that they have to explore, and the one that they picked is very appropriate. It's a Pacific island, right? It's a Pacific island state. It shares the closest to what we see here, so it would be great. I'm so excited. I can still wait though. It's just very exciting to see what can. Can't disagree. Classify is such a tier, dude. I still like. I like Yakuza 6 is a different feel. Like they're so different that I can't even say like I just can say what I like and dislike about each game. But as a whole, like as a whole series, it's all together. You just can't break them apart anymore. Like the way I feel about something that happened in Yakuza 6 cannot be detached from all the things that happen around it anymore. So like Ono Michio, right? Ono Michio was so good. But Yakuza Like a Dragon, Casca dons the... You know what happens to that costume. It comes back in Yakuza Like a Dragon. So it's just... It's like telling your life stories over and over again. Like telling you about the first time I rode a bike, or every time I get older and I have new experiences and see more bike stuff, my story becomes different about how I tell the bike story. And it's great. You can talk about it to no end. Honestly, I like Akiri in this game too. Oh, you like Akiri? Interesting. The sub-stories and completion stuff make the... Oh, yeah. So Akiri is... I spent like... I guess I had like a 4 or 5 hour digression on conflicts of interest and how to establish relationships based on career goals. And then the classical conflict of interest when you share career goals, and it went really deep. It's great that they included Akiri as the side story, because it's a conflict that actually, if it wasn't a Japanese game, a lot of kids these days who are in their teens, like 16 to 18, would probably resonate really well with the conflict of interest that Akiri and Haruka had, because they shared a career goal. And how that was resolved was quite wholesome. It doesn't... it goes without saying, most of the time it doesn't work out that way. But, you know, RGG has some restraint. In my head, I immediately thought, oh no. Oh no. There's a chance that Akiri just spirals out of control, and it's like, well, that sucks for her. Because that's probably what would happen, actually. Like, it's just as common. It's arguably even more common for Akiri to spiral into a negative feedback loop, knowing that she is always friends with someone who's better, and she doesn't get the opportunity. And they did do that. Yomaura is a great example. So her sub-story, which was only one, you only get one sub-story. It's in Kamurocho when Yomaura bumped into her partner / rival, because they literally shared a career interest and created a conflict of interest. And their story turned out different, like 15, 20 years in advance of the relationship that Akiri and Haruka has. It's so good. Like, I can't make this stuff up. It's not my thing, and I'm actually just regurgitating what RGG has already written. Like, mad respect, you know? Did you see that one guy that insulted people in Japan, though? He actually tried to mess with... Oh, I did see that one. The viral... Yeah, there are a lot, actually. The specific one that I think I know ended up on my algorithm because I wanted to learn more about the history of Yakuza, and then naturally trending topics and trending things, if it's the one that I'm thinking about. But I have seen a lot of viral stuff with Yakuza because I wanted to learn more about the background. Honestly, 5 and 6 ending is so sad. And 6... Dude, 6? When I was playing this game and I was like going from 0 to Yakuza 5, right? When Yakuza 6 came out, up to that point, I was making like remarks, and I'm pretty sure if I go back, I could probably find examples where like, oh look, it's Daigo again. It's basically Kiryu's son. Like, man, you know, Kiryu is, they literally say it sometimes, he is the father of many. He's the father in so many ways. He is, without sounding like a meme, he's basically everyone's daddy in every possible way. He's been a daddy, a father in every possible way in this series. And one of the ones that I generally talk about is how Kiryu is just basically Daigo's father. And then when he wrote that letter, and they were reading that letter, and then Daigo decides, no, they're not gonna try to take down the Omi, right? It was so sad. Like, it was really sad. And then, you know, that happened. And then you have the extended ending, right? Where it showed that, oh yeah, Kiryu's alive and stuff. But it's still, oh my gosh. Dude, and then the Yuta thing, you know, like Yuta, Haruto, when Yuta and Haruka is watching Haruto make his steps. Oh my gosh. I demand some light-hearted stuff in Like a Dragon Gaiden. There's a sub-story. I don't remember which sub-story this is. I think it might be in this game. It's Akiyama's chapter. It might be Yakuza 4 though. It's either Yakuza 4 or Yakuza 5. There's a sub-story of a man who was an assassin, and then he had to change his face because it would put his family in danger. And I'm pretty sure you were playing Akiyama at the time. It was his sub-story. Or maybe it was Saejima. All I remember is the context of the sub-story. Basically, you help the guy get reintroduced to his son, but not in the way that he can reveal that he is the son's father. So he goes to Shirataka Park, the Arataka Park, Ashitaka Park, the park in Sotenbori. That's why I'm saying it might be Akiyama, right? It's in Sotenbori, and the guy is just, it's called like the man who has no face or something, or man with no face, something like that. And you just see this man standing there looking at a kid and his mother playing in the parking lot. Not the parking lot, the park in Sotenbori. And eventually you find out that that's the man is their father and the husband. But he can't reveal that because he changed his face and stuff and his identification, because there are people who would hunt him and hurt his family. It's kind of like that. Like, this is what Kiryu is kind of doing right now. And I feel like a Dragon Gaiden is going to be a lot of that, where he's always at arm's length, right? He's always constantly at arm's length. And, or like, behind a telephone pole. Well, he's wearing glasses, so, you know, in anime standards, when you wear glasses and you don't usually wear glasses, no one can recognize you. I think that's going to be a great joke if they keep playing on that joke. I hope, in my opinion, a great culturalism is the whole glasses thing, and I hope they play that up, because I find it really funny. The idea that you just put on glasses and you're not recognizable anymore. Because Kiryu has glasses in the trailers for Like a Dragon Gaiden. You've been a fan for almost, yeah, that's good. Quite a long time, man. The subway train video he did was, oh, I'll have to see what you mean about the subway train video. Okay, so being real, Daigo did say at the end of 6 he'll make his father proud, but come in Yakuza, he stopped doing what Kiryu wanted him to do because of the comment. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, he did choose not to do that. But you know, we know that he knows what Daigo is doing, right? Because he was Watase's bodyguard. So, Like a Dragon Gaiden will really, really explain what Kiryu's thoughts are, or maybe like his non-verbal thing, because he witnessed the 3K plan happen. So we'll know more, and it'll be funny, or it'll be interesting, it'll be sad, or I don't know. I just see that you know how we just talked about the little digression about, oh, why don't we let Kiryu rest, right? Let him rest. And my thought was, what is a great way then he becomes untethered for a moment? I mean, he kind of did in Okinawa only briefly, like half of Yakuza 3. And then he kind of sort of did it for like half of Yakuza 6, but he had Haruto. Now, though, there's so much room for shenanigans. Like, would it? This is not a great example because it's going outside, but there's a Futurama episode where Leela she doesn't know her parents yet, right? But it showed a montage of her as a baby and a teenager, and her parents found ways to help her and interact with her in scenes without her knowing that it's her parents. So those moments, I think they're going to do that. Where like here and there, Kiryu is just gonna do stuff that kind of sort of relates back to Like a Dragon stuff, and then between the time of Yakuza 6 and Like a Dragon, Yakuza Like a Dragon, that it was gonna make it so like bittersweet, but happy, but also not happy. But we know that he will eventually be Kiryu again. You know what I mean? He will eventually be a person again. And just thinking about what the flip happened to Haruka in Yakuza Like a Dragon. What happened in the 3 years between like, come on, the last thing you had was a game where Haruka was basically fighting for her life, and that's it. That's it. What happened? It can only happen when Kiryu's around, so maybe. Alright. It's a good wrestling. We can talk about this game series for so long, but there are plenty of opportunities in the future. I don't think there's going to be a foreseeable end to what I refer to as the Like a Dragon universe. I don't necessarily refer to any specific character, because RGG universe is the deal. And because I have concluded Yakuza 5 Remastered, while I'm doing the completion and stuff of Yakuza Like a Dragon, I will be starting Judgment. So it's time to see what Yagami has in a parallel universe, right? Because Yagami occupies a parallel universe with a few cameos, like with a few little lighthearted crossover stuff that I have become aware of. But anyways, all right, it was great discussion. Thanks for hanging out. Like, honestly, your two favorites are Like a Dragon Ishin and 5. Interesting. Mine's probably it's really hard from a technical standpoint. But I'd probably pick all the oddballs that push the series really far, that I can talk a lot about. So Yakuza 3 and 5. Because 3 had so many things that you can only ascribe to 3. Anyways, that's another discussion, but most people like Yakuza 0. I already talked about this. A majority of people like Yakuza 0 because they reflect the modern standard, the modernized standards. And those modernized standards mean they wouldn't be having this discussion with us because they would likely not have played all the games. Statistically, it falls off the face of the planet after Yakuza 0. So to say most people, it does not we're not in that circle already. So they do not, you can't, like, I understand you're comparing yourself to them, sort of, by saying, but you like these things because you played through the whole series. Yakuza 0 self-select themselves most of the time. Like I would say 80 to 90% of people who like Yakuza 0 do not go on to play even. My black sheep, the thing that I like is Yakuza 3. I don't think they would touch that. They might play it and then like load like a summary of Yakuza 3. So I would say they're just different. People who like Yakuza 0 are not necessarily predominantly people who have played all the Like a Dragon series games. It's very difficult to convince anyone who like I have people who enjoy watching Yakuza 0, but it just falls off even in that case. Oh yeah, the mute girl, dang, Sako or Saki. It's either Sako or Saki. I think it's Saki. It's Saki, yeah. I absolutely love, like, it was so, like, dude, Yakuza 3 did not pull, like, Yakuza 3 was hammering kids, like, kids that just suck. What I mean is, like, their life sucks. Like, that's what makes Yakuza 3 stand out so much, because they're constantly revolving around kids, and that doesn't happen much. Even in Kiwami 1, when Haruka was the only kid, that was the closest, and then Yakuza 6 brought it back with Haruto. Yeah, like, Haruka is a national treasure. Like, she is the most precious thing in, like, she's the GOAT. She's a goated kid. But then we have Haruto, who's too young at the moment, but in Yakuza 3, ooh, that stuff was hecka heavy. That is like traumatizing stuff. And Yakuza 3 to me had the most devastating loss for Kiryu. I know you could argue, like, if you want to say like, oh, but objectively, yes, Yumi, right, his first love. But the acting when Rikia died, I had like traumatic deja vu when Yakuza 6, when what's his name, oh no, the new Rikia, starts with an N. Yeah, oh man. What's the, no, not Namba. Yakuza 6. Yakuza 6, not Yakuza Like a Dragon. Yakuza 6, the Namano? No. The captain of Hirose. Nagumo. Yeah, Nagumo. Yeah, Nagumo. When he did the, like, when Kiryu butt in and rescued him from getting, like, tear to shreds, he like did the whole Aniki thing. Oh my gosh, I had really hard flashbacks to Rikia because I was so worried the entire time that you're not gonna do me twice, are you? RGG, are you really gonna do this twice, where you're gonna kill off just as Nagumo, like is he gonna die in the next chapter? Like what's going on here? So because of the impression I have received in Yakuza 3, Nagumo is the second coming of Rikia. Small town area, humble beginnings, small family. Kiryu just happens to show up. They were adversaries, and instantly that character warms up to Kiryu and calls him Aniki. There were so many parallels between, and I drew a lot of parallels between Yakuza 3 and 6 because 6 is the first of a new generation of games. 3 is also the first generation of a new games. 3 is the first PlayStation 3 game. 6 is the first Dragon Engine game. So the three of them ran parallel to each other. so much, to the point even their characters had that like humble interaction and stuff. It's not because I don't think necessarily that they deliberately did it from a mechanical standpoint. It's, you know, Kanecho, I mean not Kanecho, Onomichio, right? Onomichi is a small town. It has like certain qualities and country-like culture and mysticism and stuff. Okinawa is quite the same. So what happens is that you see the parallelism. The storytelling is one of the best of any story. I think it's the best at storytelling of what this context is. I come from a background that specializes in storytelling. So like what I mean is I consume a lot of stories. So like George R. R. Martin's Game of Thrones, right? Lord of the Rings, Tolkien's Lord of the Rings, all the click and point adventure games from Double Fine, even Supergiant Games storytelling. Like there are a lot of different type of storytelling in gaming, and they do Japanese culture hands down. I do not have another point of reference at the moment for a game like this for Japanese culture. So absolutely for this. However, like Star Trek, there's storytelling and world building that goes beyond this. Star Trek is like 40 years. It's like gigantic, and its entire world is fictional. So they have no resource, like no bases, and that's incredible too. Fun fact, Yuta. Oh yeah, I know that Yuta is the voice of Rikia. Yes, like they bring back. Whenever I see a character die. Okay. You know, turn off our emotional state right now. Whenever a character dies, in the back of my head, when it comes to like being the gamer and being the business person and the developer oriented person, my thought was, who are they gonna voice next? That's generally what I'm thinking, is like, who's the spiritual successor to a character that died? Right? Because Kasuga is Nishikiyama, right? Like, Kasuga is legitimately the second bro of Kiryu, and thankfully Kasuga didn't die. That would be... Oof. I don't think they've gone that hard where they do a psych and kill off the main character. That would be a true Shakespearean tragedy. But anyways, yeah, Yuta, Rikia. I didn't know that Nagumo was voiced by Kanda though, but Kanda did bite the dust, so it makes room for not the Kanda person to come back and voice someone else. Who else? Like, I'm waiting for wait, does Yashiko's actress come back at all? Like I'm just oh, and here's a hot take. What if, just level with me here, what if some of the voice actors weren't called back for another role because they already planned to write about that character again? You feel me about this? Like, what if they decided that already, like 2 games down the line, they have to write for a character to return and reprise the role, so they don't go out of their way to get a character to reprise a new role for them? Ooh, that's some deep stuff. That's the stuff that you want to ask the developers. Like, hey, we're getting into like American fandom type of thing. So what I'm doing now is like an American fandom thing where, like, the MCU, everyone's probably familiar with the MCU, you know, like Disney got really big, but when it comes to future MCU movies at a time, not right now, but a while back, the fandom was so big that it got to the point where they would start to think about what characters would come back and what characters would be written depending on who is working and who will be working, and find them working in games. And that's what makes this so unique, in my opinion, because it matters. Like right now, here's a controversial subject. I'm not gonna put my opinion on it until I actually see the product, but the person who cast as Kiryu's English voice, for example, because the one in Yakuza Like a Dragon is not coming back. Maybe a schedule conflict or maybe like a contract conflict, but these things matter when you know that the character itself has legacy, and that's usually doesn't happen. Yeah, that doesn't usually happen in video games without a legacy. It generally happens. The most common type of this type of fandom that commonly happens is in long-running series, like cartoon series, animes, when a voice actor changes, or like something happens, or a conflict of interest. That stuff is like fire. And right now, I know you might not listen to play Yakuza Like a Dragon twice, but I appreciate that there's both in English and in Japanese, and they are incredibly different from a stylistic standpoint, a cultural standpoint, and an emotional standpoint when you play them in those languages. And because of the casting of the recasting of English Kiryu, there's some fire right now that involves Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. And to me, that shows me the power and how influential the fictional character has become. It's kind of, what can I say in pop culture about this? It's like Harry Potter. Like, it's gonna be a really quite some time before Harry Potter gets either a new face or a new voice in any format that isn't right, I forgot the actor's name. Starts with an R. But you know what I mean. So the fictional character has become alive, right? You think you'll play? Yeah, so Like a Dragon, I absolutely adore Like a Dragon, because Like a Dragon is playful. It's far more playful than Kiryu's Saga. And what is very normalized in English is that when English dialogue has a lot of dynamics when it comes to playful humor. And if you write for that, which they did, they didn't just do one-to-one like that. Here's the subtitles. The subtitles are the translations of the Japanese, and then they wrote English stuff. They didn't offer like they did offer subtitles for the English, but it would be kind of funny. Someone made this remark: were there Japanese subtitles? And then what did Japanese people think about hearing the English and reading Japanese? That would be a fun experiment. I can't read Japanese, so I wouldn't be able to tell you even if there was a Japanese subtitle. But Casca, he's a freaking goofball. And I absolutely love the English Casca. With all due respect to Nishikiyama, he is incredibly serious. It's very consistent for Japanese voice actors to be very nuanced when they're being funny or being embarrassed. It's always downplayed. But in the English cast, it's upplayed. Like, if that's a phrase. It's played up. It's more hyped. So when people are making embarrassing moments, it feels like so different from Kiryu Saga. Like, it's the thing that whenever Kiryu makes like a goofball thing or a fun thing, it's so happy. It's so happy because everything else is so like in the box serious. Even when it's happy, sometimes it's just like very downplayed. But the English version of Like a Dragon, Kasuga is just a goofball. Like it's like when he's being like when he tries to throw a thread, it's like a kitty cat meowing instead of roaring, and I thought that was so different, and it makes Kasuga an incredibly lovable character. Like, when I mean lovable as in lovably soft, and that's the character that they were going for in the Japanese. Like, when you know, I played through it again in Japanese, all the things insist that Kasuga is a softie, but man, is Kasuga not soft sometimes. When, like, a lot of times when the Japanese voice actor was going. And it's fair, it's soft relative to all the other characters. But Kasuga, the English Kasuga, is a freaking goofball, and I absolutely love it. Namba sounds like a freaking goofball. Like, all of them sound like a different type of goofball, and to me, it provided a really great contrast to the Japanese version. I like both of them quite a lot. So, all the lighthearted scenes in Japanese turned out really... It's the thing I remember. But all the serious stuff in the English was so good. Like, I actually think Masumi Arakawa was easily more impactful because of the relative contrast in English. Anyways, that's a slight digression because we're just talking about this, but we have to end this, and I'll come back starting Judgment. I will probably do like the double playthrough thing, like the MSQ only twice, Japanese and English, and then do the completion run. It's the same way that I would approach Like a Dragon, or had approached. All right. As always, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting. It's nice to just nerd out to Like a Dragon. And, you know, if any of you are gonna watch this later, thank you for watching. As always, feel free to leave a comment and expect an essay from me if you're ever brave enough to leave a comment. As always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.